Kathy. I give you notes.
No. Did I keep them?
Did you give me here?
Or did she? She have a different copy than I.
That goes to no.
Oh,
But I've got the other.
okay.
So
That's the approximate
at
order.
the time we discussed it.
Oh.
So it was your idea.
You two are reunited. You just have to be buffers.
Whoa.
Sure.
Did you all get one of these? Oh, Jillian, can you pass those out?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Wait,
The big ones.
yeah, I was hoarding them because, I like. Where did this go?
Yes,
Got up, so.
Would you go to that game? When you go?
well, I haven't gone in a while. We used to go early. I've gone at different times.
Yeah, we're week one.
Yeah, that's when we used to go, week one. Week one and week two.
Yeah, it seems like it's really big, right?
Pardon?
Yeah, it should be-
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
big, it's big.
Yes.
Yeah, very long.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people go there. It's cool.
Jillian just brought those around.
Like to call a special meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order. It's now 7:05. Please call the roll and then join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer, Flintoff, present, Brazeau, absent, Carrie,
Present.
Noel,
Present.
Riser,
Present.
we have quorum.
All right.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is a special meeting to deal with the budget and budget matters for the coming fiscal year, but also to close out the current fiscal year. So the agenda is fairly well set, but if there is any comment on the agenda before we adopt it? I see none. And someone prepared to move adoption of the agenda.
I'll do the agenda.
All right, moved by Riser, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. The agenda is adopted. Communications to the board.
They're all here as of, I think, yesterday or the day before.
Okay. And we don't have minutes to approve,
Oh, there'll be two sets at the next meeting.
and we don't have unfinished business because everything's new business. So did I skip something? Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. I did. I jumped right over it. Public comment, thank you. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. Is there anyone present who would like to speak? Please come up. And John, will you be our timekeeper?
Yes. Do you want a 30-second warning? Do you want a 30-second warning? Or no?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
My name is Martha Mayo, and I'm a Scio Township resident. I live in Loch Alpine. I wish to speak on a proposal that was presented to the Land Preservation Commission at its last meeting about the cost allocation plan for the Land Preservation Commission. And I understand that a sum of money that was announced for the LPC at that meeting of $38,000 per year under the cost allocation plan has been subsequently reduced to something in the neighborhood of $31,000. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that appears to be right, Rod, yeah.
This was
31,000.
presented to us as standard practice in the, I believe in the state of Michigan. I don't know, certainly in the county, but in the state of Michigan. I questioned that, and so I did a little bit of investigating on my own. And I thought one place to begin would be to call the 4 townships in Washtenaw County who have Land Preservation Commission millages. That includes Webster Township, Ann Arbor Township, Dexter Township, and Northville Township. I was not able to reach the supervisor of Northville, but I did talk with the supervisor of Dexter Township and the township clerk in Ann Arbor Township, and a person who seemed to be extremely knowledgeable at Webster called Bill Singpool. I also called the Michigan Townships Association to ask them what was exactly the expectation in the state of Michigan. And what I found was a lot of very differing opinions. Webster Township does not have a cost allocation plan that applies to its Land Preservation Commission. I couldn't reach Northville. The supervisor of Dexter Township was horrified to hear that this was something that was going to be proposed for Scio Township. She thought it looked like double taxation to her, and she thought that was very wrong. The Ann Arbor Township clerk stated that, well, it's normal to have some kind of cost allocation plan.
30 seconds. Yeah, you're at 2:30.
Oh, horrified. Anyway, Mike Selbon at the MTA said there was no consistent plan in the state. It varies very much by how the township arranges its commissions. And so I would like to suggest that the amount of money that is going to or was proposed for Scio Township's Land Preservation Commission be significantly reduced because the LPC manages most of the administrative activities that are required by the LPC and pays for them out of its budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Is there anyone else present who would like to speak during public comment? Is there anyone participating remotely who would like?
We have one person, Jonathan. Jonathan, you can go ahead.
Hello, thanks. I have a multitude of issues to discuss, but I'll keep it to one since that's the point of tonight's meeting. I'd like to direct your attention to Rob Pattinson's email to y'all about making the fire department whole. I know we all know what that situation is. It's a $1.5 million payment. We need to get the right number of folks on staff, 2 in, 2 out. We need better financing for our fire staff to hire, as the chief has pointed out, to hire additional staff. Could you please in the budget tonight, make that account whole again, pay the 1/5 or the 1.5 and put this issue to rest finally. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Next is David Reed. David, you can go ahead.
Yes, David Reed, Scio Township. Some concerns about tonight's topic, the 2024 budget. I see that there are several long-term vacancies in the list of authorized positions for the upcoming fiscal year. Why has there been no activity on these open positions, at least 2 of which have been vacant for over a year? As I understand it, there are applicants for both the finance director as well as the human resource generalist, but to date, no interviews have been conducted. At least none have been reported to the public during the board's various reports. Why not? Also, I see the exempt status of both the deputy supervisor and deputy treasurer positions is still listed as unknown. Why? There appears to be some concern over the calculation of the cost allocation for this year's budget. I see several of the road funds have exactly $1,536, whereas as just discussed, the LPC is 31,000, and some have 0 at cost allocation. So I think an explanation as to how these allocations were calculated would be in order. The board appears to be planning on spending $400,000 from Fund 400. This fund is restricted for use on only the projects that were in the original project list included in the resolution passed by the 2013 board. In addition, the resolution specifically states the assessments will be levied on all parcels within the township, excluding the village, and will be in the amount of $85 per parcel, which is deemed sufficient to make the repairs as well as maintain improved roads over the 10-year term of the assessment. Similar wording was included in the 2013 public notice for the township-wide SAD. The 10 years are up. I understand the township's attorney has advised the board can spend the 2013 funds on various projects, many of which were not included in the original project list. I believe he gave this advice without knowing all of the facts. There were no projects for sidewalks, culverts, traffic lights, or standalone engineering costs on the original list. As per Act 188, these funds cannot be used for projects not originally specified at the time the SAD was approved. In the resolution to approve the 2023-2024 budget, under point 4, estimated revenues for Fund 401 Park Road and Fund 431 Fire Station Capital are both listed as $0 and marked with an asterisk. However, there is no footnote explaining the asterisk. Why are these funds so marked? If only we had a finance director. Thank you.
Thank you, David. There are no more.
Thank you. In that case, now we may move on with the agenda. Sorry, I jumped the gun there. So now we're moving on to new business. This is the first item is the possible action on the budget amendments resolution. And so I'd like to turn to you, Mark and Rod, to explain that. I think that will help us with the deliberation.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. We had a preliminary meeting last week where we had a public hearing to the budget for the coming year. But as we all know, the calendar year, excuse me, our fiscal year is coming up to its conclusion at the end of this month. And one of the things we need to do, and we talked about this briefly last meeting as well, is make certain that our year-end budget amendments, as may be necessary, are completed before we get to the end of the fiscal year. So before you is a draft or proposed resolution approving the 22-23 fiscal year budget amendments. Answer any questions. I'm sure it happens every year. Format, as I understand, may be a little bit different than it has been in past years, but nevertheless, I think the concept is the same, making sure that the course of the year when things change from the original budget, we make adjustments. Conceivable that we would make some adjustments this evening, and it's conceivable that we make additional adjustments before the year end, perhaps next Tuesday as well, if they become necessary. Mr. Taylor knows the details, and as we all know, Mr. Taylor was here last week and has been working diligently on our behalf to put this together and the proposed budget for next year.
Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I would say that, just so you understand the methodology, from the state's perspective, they don't want you to see go over budget. And so what I did was went through, looked at each of the departments, and I actually tried to ensure that you were about 10% over from the current projection. That way you get a little bit of buffer that if any unexpected bills come in towards the end of the year that you were anticipating, you're less likely to be over budget on those. And as Mark said, the recommendation would be to approve the adjustments as recommended, put them into the BSNA system, then run the expenditure report one more time before next week's meeting. And then if there's any other fine tuning that you need to do, maybe stuff will come to light a little bit easier once the adjustments are actually in the system as well.
And thank you. And one thing that I learned actually just this afternoon is that there is another version of the budget worksheet or
From 2 meetings ago.
workbook from a couple meetings ago that has more information about the sort of the backstory, I guess, to some of these budget amendments. That's not the version that's in the meeting packet.
We made copies.
Oh, you do? We have copies. All right.
I have them here, and I'll be happy to pass them out for those of you who don't already have enough paper.
Oh, I don't. I want one.
Okay, what I wanted to offer is because I know there are members of the public who have
Thank you.
taken an interest in the cost allocation. And so if people would like to obtain that information, we can make that available
Yeah.
in some way.
Yeah, we can, when we get to that, it's not long.
So,
Yeah,
But I have an answer to your earlier question too.
So, Manager Thompson, you're handing out a Scio Township budget that's dated 3/8/23, but is that a more current than the one that I have that says 3/16/23?
No.
it's different. So, Rod can explain better.
So the 103A includes, so basically the spreadsheet I have has a whole series of columns. The one that you're referencing that has a newer date has 2 columns hidden, which is the adjusted column and then the adjusted budget column.
So the one in the packet, which bears the date 3/16/23.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Doesn't have those columns unhidden. So the
Okay.
column that Mr. Thompson just handed out has those columns that were hidden, just highlighting those, so you can focus on the budget adjustments.
So throughout the packet, on page 1, is this the only change, or are there lots of hidden columns that now appear throughout the packet?
Well, all of the columns are hidden, but each of the items that I've recommended for the budget adjustment, you can see the budget adjustment, you can see the projected amount, and then you'll see the past history.
So the numbers themselves are the same, it's just some show additional data.
Correct.
Okay, I think the purpose was that we have 2 things happening here. We have budget adjustments, so we had a
Nope, I get it.
package to deal with budget adjustments, and then we had a package to deal with the budget going forward, and didn't want to confuse them. However, we failed to give you both of those packages.
So far, I'm not lost. Now, the question I have with respect to the adjustments is there are a lot of 1250, 750s at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3. What are those 12, it jumps out that there are so many expenditures to different departments in the same amount.
You have a specific examples of that?
Yeah, so,
it's the SATs for the
It's
most
the
part.
cost allocation
Oh, the cost allocation.
that was zeroed out at the beginning of the year.
so we're going from, like,
What are you looking at? This resolution,
the resolution that I'm about ready to move,
well,
so we
hold
can move
on.
on. I just want, clarify what the 2000, the 1750, 1250, so that's cost allocation?
That is correct. Yes, based upon the way that the budget was built, it include cost allocation for the SADs, the 11 SADs.
Okay.
And then, for example, again, to add a little bit of buffer, I usually go a little bit more than what the actual is, just in case there's something else.
So the 1250s are all cost allocation.
Yep.
is is the 1750 and the 2000, those are all cost allocations, correct?
Which fund was that one?
401 through 411.
Yeah, all of the, yes, that's correct. That's all cost allocation.
And are the others kind of program or operations, or are those cost allocation as well?
No, most of the other ones are just overages,
Operations?
operational things.
Okay,
Yep.
In Parks and Pathway at 20K, that round number and the 18K, is that also a cost allocation?
There would be a little bit in there for cost allocation, but overall, the projected budget at the time was about $2.5 million, and the approved budget is about 1.9 million. So you basically have to do budget adjustments in line with the overall expenditures.
And John, the total cost allocation for last year for parks was 23,631.
Clerk, finish up.
I want to confirm one thing here with Rod publicly, so we're all clear. And then I have one suggested change here. So regarding the 1.5 million, thank you to the public who commented on that. I want to remind everybody that we took the action 2 meetings ago to relieve the liability, and that activity transfer was moved. So as we go throughout the year and make budget amendments or transactions, those are entered. I entered the budget amendments the next day in BSNA. The one bit of it that we're doing here, and the reason why you see that big number, the second line, general fund 101, you see that expenditure of the 1.95. You flip the page, you go to 206, and you see the 1.750. So will that 1.5 is part of that
So here-
budget amendment? Yep.
Okay,
So it doesn't move any money. We've already done that. We've already relieved the liability, but that is included in there, and that's why that number is so big. The other suggested change I had,
what was the change there that?
no change,
Oh,
just a
okay.
comment that that doesn't
Oh,
include
okay, all
that.
right, I thought,
Because you'd asked me
Changed, I
privately
missed.
before.
all right, go ahead.
The change I'd suggest is EDC 244. I would make a motion to reduce that $10 budget adjustment to 0, because the cost allocation plan is not applied to subcomponent units of government. Fund 244 is totally inactive. The other subcomponent unit is our DDA. Fund 494, we charge separately via informal agreement.
I don't know that we need to a motion.
I would support it, and maybe we could do it by acclamation.
Yeah,
Okay,
is there any objection, I guess? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right. So the EDC Fund 244 is now 0 for
yeah.
expenditures instead of $10.
yeah.
Mr. Reiser, I heard you say that you wanted to move this.
Unless there's more discussion. But if not, I would move the resolution that the general appropriations of the Scio Township for the fiscal year beginning April 1st, 2023 and ending March 31st, 2024 complies with the balanced budget requirements, and the following fund appropriations are therefore amended and approved as attached here too. And those are on pages 27, 28, and 29 of our packet as discussed on this this meeting in the last 5-10 minutes.
But isn't this the 22-23 budget amendments that we were just talking about? You said 23-24. I just want to be clear.
Donna's absolutely
No,
right.
no, you're right. So I'm gonna move it to 22 and make it 23.
23-24.
Yeah.
All right.
No, it begins April 1st, 2022 and ends, I don't know,
March 31st.
yeah, 10 days from now, on March 31st, 2023. Yeah. Thank you, Don.
So the dates in here are incorrect.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. And that's my fault.
Okay, so as corrected, the motion is made by Riser. Is there a second?
second.
Oh, I don't know. It was
Oh,
kind of a
you- no, go
contest.
for
I think Kathy, you had your hand up first. Trustee Noel is the
Build your
second.
resume.
Thanks, Don.
Unless there's further discussion, please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Harry,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
resolution adopted.
Confused on those dates, so. Before we move any further,
Yeah.
we are amending last year's budget, right?
Correct.
Doesn't read that way.
And I think you just corrected
You helped
Corrected
John
it.
correct it.
before.
It does now, Donna, because
Okay.
I changed the date. I took a one-off of each year to make it April 2022 through March 31st, 2023. The budget that we're in right now, the budget that's finishing up.
That's right. Okay.
You helped him fix it.
Thank you.
And we all agreed to it.
Reading different things.
We all agreed to the fix and then we all approved the
Okay,
resolution.
got it.
And one process point, I apologize, I need to start the roll call votes tonight with John Riser.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
Per our
Going
rules.
forward,
Yes,
we'll start with
thank you.
John.
It's random.
no, it goes in order, yeah, each meeting it changes,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so moving on, the next agenda item is a little bit more complicated, and I think likely to generate more discussion. This is also one I would like to turn to our country manager to introduce along with our finance consultant.
So we talked about this last week, presentation that described sort of big picture issues facing the township from a financial standpoint. Just a couple of those things to jog your memory. I think this year, correct me if I'm wrong, but will be the fourth year in a row that the general fund will be in red.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 years.
3 out of 4 years, excuse me. The couple of other of our major funds, water and sewer, also have water not quite so consistently, but the sewer fund has been in the red pretty consistently over the last few years. At any rate, so we had some of those discussions. We saw some graphs that kind of give us some history and allow us to look forward a little bit, and hopefully before too long, we'll have financial projections that allow us to look forward as well. As opposed to just looking at trend lines. Another item of importance in the resolution that you have in front of you, and again, the nature of our operation the last few days has been such that we've been hurting you with paper. Thanks to the good work of our assessor's office, we have updated the villages now that in what you received last week in preparation for this meeting had the old villages. As of about 3 o'clock this afternoon, we got the new villages, which I have here, and I will pass out to you. Again,
Thank you.
drowning everyone in paperwork. And this is on
Thanks, Andrea.
the second page, talking about the revenue side of the equation. But very important, because that's one of the actions that we take is setting these.
And this is actually, the budget resolution is actually the next agenda item after the one that we're considering. First, we have the this sort of detailed budget workbook and the communications that came in subsequent to the hearing And actually, one of them came in prior to the hearing, and we can address that. But the budget resolution itself is the next agenda item after we discuss, work through these other materials. But Mark, there's one other change in this resolution, and that is it has the correct DDA budget? No, it does not. Oh, it does not.
Two reasons for that, because we got these late in the day, and you'll note that the DDA is at the bottom of a very long column of numbers, and I did not have a chance to get a new total.
Okay,
So the DD, and quite frankly, I didn't want to create any more confusion than I already.
okay, all right, good.
So,
I'm glad we clarified that,
yes,
so.
those are not the new numbers, proposed numbers, they changed
Okay.
from these.
Well, in that case, maybe as long as we're talking about it, I'll draw people's attention to one of the items of materials attached to this agenda item to H2 is communication from Sandy Egler, who is the finance person for the DDA as well as the deputy treasurer. And she, that's a good question. Well, if your page numbers are the same as mine, her email is page 90. And then the correct page, list of line items for the DDA, the approved one from the DDA board is page 91. So
Could I make a motion to add that to the budget?
yeah, that'd be fine if we want to just deal with that right now. It's a correction. It actually came in ahead of the meeting. It just didn't get into the proposed budget.
So I would move to amend the proposed FYE 24 budget for Fund 494 DDA by replacing what is proposed with what was adopted by the DDA on Monday and submitted to the board in our packet, page 91, changing proposed revenues to $2,599,999 and expenditures to $1,976,125.
Well, I'll second that.
Okay.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Is there any further discussion? This is really just a correction.
And legally, our role in regards to the DDA and EDC, could you describe it a little bit?
Yeah, so legally, the DDA is responsible for adopting the budget, forwarding that budget to the board, and then the board then has the ability to adopt that budget. So now that you've got the corrected numbers, then that would be the appropriate process. If you do have a copy of that, as you guys talk, I can change those numbers really quick in the master document. If not, we can do it later.
Just tear mine out. Yeah.
We haven't voted yet.
Yeah.
It hasn't passed 6-0 yet.
What was changed again? I'm sorry, we're trying to figure.
Oh,
Here.
there are 3 items that were changed. There was an increase in, I think, numbers for consulting, for landscaping, for maintenance. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, consulting and landscaping.
And then the DDA chose to roll over what it had set aside for road improvements last year into the next fiscal year.
Okay.
So those are the only changes. It results in a different number, obviously, for expenditures. If there's no further discussion, please call the roll on the motion to correct the budget.
What me to?
Um,
You're looking at me, Paul.
No, 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 I
I'll
got
try.
it. No, I got it. Let me just, I'm just labeling these motions. We take them one by one. Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes,
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion adopted.
all right.
Position we had before, to just to clarify, and I don't know if you want to address it now, but we talked about the full-time salary position is being charged
Yeah.
to a 706 account number, and technically it probably should be a transfer out number.
I agree with you.
But just keep it the way it is now.
I mean, if,
It's minor.
yeah, I mean, it's minor. Something I actually did prioritize my motions for tonight, team.
Mhm.
So this didn't make it, but so where it says 9,300 full-time salaries, it's not really full-time salaries. 9,300 is the amount that the DDA transfers out to the township to cover some of the finance costs. The finance costs for the DDA are really closer to 25,000, and so we need to negotiate their contract. Actually write a contract with them because it's an old handshake.
So should that be labeled something different?
Now, I don't
right now?
recommend, what I'd recommend is that we talk internally, talk to the DDA, come up with a proposed agreement and then address it then. Okay. Through budget amendment. Reasonable.
So, we have a kind of a proposal from the township manager for how to sort of work our way through these different funds. And it seems like a reasonable approach to me if folks want to do that.
Where is that proposal?
It is in my hand.
Oh, do we all have copies of it?
All that is a,
Order.
it's just an order of
Okay.
this item, it's sort of like a mini agenda, that's all, but I gave it to Mr. Hathaway as a way maybe to, as the leader of the meeting, perhaps to help us work through in an orderly fashion.
It might be helpful if we all had copies.
So why don't I make a copy? I wasn't sure that we were
That's
going to use
reasonable.
it, so I didn't give it to everybody.
Sorry, we
Yeah, we can check it out.
started that conversation, we didn't really finish it.
What do you want to announce the next fund? We can keep moving. I think
Sure.
it's 244.
244.
244.
The Economic Development Corporation.
Oh, okay.
We don't do anything with that fund.
Yeah, it should be fairly straightforward.
It should be.
Is it the ED?
It is. I do have a motion related to it. This is the other 244 EDC. It's totally inactive. And because it's totally inactive, I move to amend the proposed FYE 24 budget for Fund 244 Economic Development by reducing the proposed expenditures from $11 to $0 because subcomponent units are not expensed to cost allocation and the indirect costs of Fund 244 are effectively zero.
To be clear, that was my mistake. So I'm not sure we know $11.
You did a great job.
I can't even find it in here, but, so that is the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Um,
How many, has she already had one today?
I think,
Okay,
just
then
trying
I'm
to
second.
so moved by Flintoff, support by Carrie. Please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Is DDA the next one?
Oh, it could be. I mean, we kind of, so I guess process wise, right, Mark and Will, I mean, you can, I mean, and at the end, we're gonna adopt the whole budget. I think that, Will, it might be a good idea to just make sure nobody else has any other comments on the DDA or the EDC and then just take it one at a
Well, we
time.
already did the EDC, I guess. Oh, we did an amendment. I guess we are not done necessarily if someone has something else to say about the EDC.
Yeah, just make sure people are done with each fund maybe and keep us moving.
Did I get one of those back?
Sorry.
Thank you.
So we're gonna.
All right, yes, the next one, actually, I think actually this preceded the EDC, but if we're done with the EDC,
We voted, we already voted, right?
we voted to make the amendment to reduce the expenditure because that was a correction. And now we're on the DDA. If there's anything else about the DDA that anyone has? No. All right, the next on the list is the bus fund. This is Fund 230.
Just so you know, that list involves everything. So we are not suggesting that there is necessarily an amendment or any discussion. We just wanted to put it in front of the board so that if someone had a question about the bus fund, this would be the time to talk about it. Not suggesting that it's mandatory that we talk about it.
It's thorough.
But we didn't want to skip through and then have someone say, but I wanted to do something regarding the bus, for example, or water or sewer fund or whatever. So I guess my point is that unless there is something that someone wants to talk about, I would suggest we move on.
But with respect to bus. That's Fund 230,
2:30.
and that's the bus millage, correct?
Yeah.
You should be in order. What page do you have?
Well, I'm looking at the one, I guess I should look at the one that was just distributed at the beginning of the meeting, correct? It doesn't bear page numbers?
No, don't look at that one. That one was distributed just for more detail on the budget amendments, right, Mark?
So the fund should be in order.
So I can,
Here it is. It's on page 64.
Oh, thank you.
30. Oh, they're kind of.
I have a question. This is one where, Mark, you mentioned that we've got about a $400,000 bill coming. I'm looking at the budget here. Is that in our budget? Is that budgeted?
Part of that is in this year's budget.
Yeah, in this year's budget. So that'll take our fund balance down from about 830 to about 430. It's gonna cut our fund balance about half.
My understanding of is that we have an issue where our contract year with the Ann Arbor Area Transit Authority is different than our fiscal year. So what we'll pay this year, which will be part of in this year's budget. And we will pay, I don't remember the months, but we will pay for some of next year as well with the current.
Right, with the current fund balance. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to mention that before John's eyes got too big on this fund.
And that's reflected in here.
No, I don't have big eyes on the fund, but I do want some of this to be allocated toward its proportionate share on the Scio Ridge Upland bus pads.
Can
How do we
that?
know there's enough money here? Because John, my understanding is this millage, we bring in pretty much what we pay AAA.
Yes.
And so I don't have any reason to believe there's any
Margin.
available funds.
Yeah, that was my question when this first came up is there any extra besides what we pay AATA?
Do we have a beginning fund balance of $873,000?
We're, at our next meeting, we're gonna spend half of that.
It's my understanding, I was under the impression that there was over $800,000 there. And on an annual basis, we don't spend anywhere near that. Am I wrong on that?
We're not wrong on that.
I think that the balance, as I understand it, the balance has been accumulated because during the COVID years, there was not as much ridership, we weren't billed as much. So I
They gave
I
us
think we were collecting
refund.
probably the same amount and spending less, I think. And again, this is what I've been told, I wasn't here.
Well, and that's true because they got some federal subsidies, the transit agencies, to offset their losses and they passed some of that through. John, I don't have enough information to say whether or not there's, I mean, I couldn't in good conscience budget this toward anything else without more information.
But we can, if we determine that there is excess because of whatever reason, then we can talk about that.
Yep.
So at some point, I'm going to make that motion. I'm hearing that it's premature at this juncture rather than to budget for it.
Yes, and
What is the ballot question?
one of the things that, we were talking about just earlier this afternoon is that what we're doing today is adopting above it. Well, first we were making budget amendments, but we're adopting a budget. And it's really a first step, I guess, in some, well, maybe not a first step, but it's a step in a process. And we can revisit this budget, tweak it, change it as we get new information. So
even though there's 873,000 and we're gonna be spending 400,000, leaving about 400,000. I guess it's the will of this body that I hold off for now.
John, let me just break something down we have to decide when this is going back to voters. I think it would be 2024,
Yes.
right? And so you look at 875, again, if we had a finance director, this would be a great time to have that analysis, but 875 minus 475 for next year, minus 400 is 0. And then we bring in the amount that we need for next year. I believe that will just cover our final amount. I don't know where anybody got the idea that there was available funding in the bus fund. I just don't know. But I have no reason to believe that there is money in the bus fund for anything other than the bus service. And if I find out differently, I'll be the first to say so, but I have no information.
How do we find out?
Well, we need to do some analysis. We need to look at when our contract, I guess, our future costs. If we're committing to going back to voters, or if we want to try to stretch the money for 1 year. I just don't know, John. I don't manage this contract.
Maybe we should put this on an agenda item soon.
well, I think we need to gather more information.
Yeah.
And when we have more
Yeah.
information, then we can.
I'm taking it.
Okay.
Is there also a cost for the bus pads is there an estimate? Do we know that, or would that be part of the questions?
But we have to
That's
get
where we're getting
bids.
that from Maynard, from Austin Engineering.
Okay.
So we need more information about cost, and we need more information about potential funds.
Yeah, I don't know who thought there was extra funding.
Well,
I think
I mean, if you look at
it
it-
wasn't it wasn't an assertion of extra funding. I think it was a question.
Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. A lot of residents started emailing us about using this fund. So it seemed to me that somebody had gotten that idea.
Well, John
but if
brought
you,
it up at our prior meeting.
Okay.
So I think, the
I think
idea's
it's
been
come up
out
at- I
there.
think it's come up at TAP, and I think.
Oh, okay.
At others.
And it may be,
just don't know.
I doubt
Yeah.
it, yeah.
And it looks like, if you're just looking at it, at the amount in there, you can assume.
You get to 0 pretty quickly, so.
Okay.
Is there further discussion of the Fund 230, bus fund?
Is it?
If not, then why don't we move along to the next fund on the list? That's tree mitigation, which is next page.
Should be, right.
It's not.
Oh, it's go back one,
Oh.
it's 63.
Oh, I have a proposed amendment to it, if I could, Will.
To
The tree mitigation fund.
232.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, it looks like there's just a typo. It looks like maybe Rod, a line was accidentally included. So I move to amend the proposed FYE 24 budget for Fund 232 Tree Mitigation Fund expenditures to eliminate the account 232,000,807 audit fees, because that entire line is apparently there in error, and to reduce proposed expenditures from 44,765 to 40,265.
So take out the audit fees line.
Yeah, that's, I checked the GL, that doesn't even exist, and it's certainly not. I think, you know what, Rod, I think it got pushed down from your interest earnings. And bless you for working with this unwieldy Excel document. But as long as Rod agrees that it was,
Yeah, I thought I checked that as a valid expenditure, but it's not
it's
something.
not even an account number in the GL, and we wouldn't have ever charged something called audit fees to tree mitigation fund.
Our funds are charged a percentage of the audit bills, which is very minute in some funds and more in others.
Mhm.
depending on
This one has
activity.
cost allocation
Yeah.
$265.
But this one has never been charged it, and if you look at the numbers above, they're suspiciously like the numbers on interest earnings.
And there's an,
It's not actually in the GL, there's no budget amendment, there's no budget of 200, there's no actual of 2,772, so I think it's just a typo.
So I will second your
Okay,
motion.
thank you.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Hathaway. Unless there's further discussion, please call the roll.
Riser?
Can I just verify the number?
No,
I just wanna
please,
make sure
please,
that
thank
changes
you.
it. So you should have $40,265 as the expenditures?
Correct,
Thank you, sorry.
thank you.
I'll wait until you're coming. Yes.
Sorry, Riser.
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Carrie?
yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to open space land preservation. This is Fund 242.
Page 65. Casey.
Thank you. Yes, page 65. Are there any comments, questions for Fund 242?
I have a question. 677,556.40 is in the red.
That's our amendment we're making so that we're not in the red at the end of the year.
Okay, why would we be in the red? Why? Okay, you know what I'm trying to say.
That is, so we're not, that is that, the open space fund.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Rod, you answered this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that is, I think, check one thing, I'm gonna find something. Yeah, the column is titled wrong, in that one. That is what was requested originally. So that was the starting point, the baseline. And then through, as we talked about the last board meeting, through the additional analysis, talking to department heads, the recommended budget is the one you're considering. So that's the one that's simply titled wrong. It should just be requested, not amended.
Okay.
And and Sandy and Barry did not wittingly request a budget of negative 677. It was a misunderstanding of what their beginning fund balance
Okay.
was. So that's why that adjustment was made.
So I'll type up on this one at the appropriate time. And it has to do with the cost allocation that's goes from an actual 21-22 of 5,638 to a 2023 projected of 7,513 to a 23-24 recommended 31,000. And I'm cognizant that each department, each fund needs to pay its fair share. But this is a function that doesn't use really many township resources. They use the outside lawyers, they use their outside environmental, they use their outside consultant, their outside appraisers. They meet in here once a month for an hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours if it goes long. So, and I know that we have to attribute overtime fairly among the departments, and I'm cognizant of my role as a board member having to do what's best for the entire township. But it really does seem like going from $7,500 to $31,000 for kind of a generally self-sufficient operation is pretty high, and I'm wondering if there's any way that can be afforded any relief if I would get support on this body to somehow cut that in half or phase it in over time.
Can we ask more questions? Get more information
Yeah.
before we make it?
Sure, why don't we?
And I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I'm just saying it's going up almost 3 times for people who aren't here, but for the meetings that they come to make recommendations to us. And I know Kathy, you've been on there, the commission, so I'll yield to others who have input on this. It just seems a pretty steep increase.
Yeah, Kathy, it seemed like you had your hand up
Yeah.
first and then Joan.
I did. So yesterday, I mean, I too had questions about this. I reached out to someone on the LPC. I reached out to Mark and to Rod. Yesterday, we had a Zoom meeting. I asked questions of Rod, and I got a lot of the answers that I was looking for. I've also learned that the county does this, and I believe the city of Ann Arbor does this too.
Most places do.
Okay, so this is typical. It is not unusual at all. So I'm going to just say a few things that Rod said yesterday, and then I'm going to let him speak a little bit too. But I asked him, is this fair? And how is this determined? And he said, typically in a township or other organization, there are 3 methods for determining the cost allocation. The first is a data-driven approach, such as this one. The second is a flat fee. The third is the arbitrary approach, where there is no definable methodology. And he said that he did not recommend the third approach. He said that we could justify what we are doing because we're using a data-driven approach. And he thought that anything under 15% in terms of cost allocation numbers was reasonable. And our numbers are actually now, with this reduction, down to 2.2% rather than 3%. Because Rod has done some averaging. It's a 2-year average rather than the 1 year. So now the actual number is 31,000 and the percentage is 2.2%. His opinion was anything under 15% was appropriate. So, I'm torn. I served on the LPC for 4 years, 2004 to 2008. I've always totally supported them. However, I think we are catching up to more modern current methodology by doing it this way. And yes, it's shocking this year. I agree. I mean, I was surprised too, but I think it's fair. And, I will struggle with if we let this group have a lower percentage this year, how do we deal with other groups in the township that might also want a lower percentage this year? I think we just have to do it and try to explain clearly why we are doing it and how we arrived at this decision and accept it. I mean, I don't like it either, and Rod, maybe you can fill in the blanks a little bit.
Do you want to wait till the board members comment, or would you like me?
Yeah, why don't we
Okay.
finish with the board comments and then we will
Okay.
turn to Rod for sure.
Are you finished? I'm done. Thank you.
Well, I think that's what we're about to do, yeah.
Just go ahead.
Right, just-
Okay. Rod, I had reached out to you as well because I read through the emails and this is my first real budget, township budget. So, and I did a little research over the weekend as well. So this cost allocation is not unheard of. So So these we have that you, in the presentation from last time, so there's percentages based on the different millages, I guess, and departments. So if we don't do a cost allocation, where does that, I mean, we still have the fees, right? So where would the fees be paid from?
If you want, I can
Okay.
answer them all.
Okay, can you remember that question for later? Okay.
Take notes.
I don't want to cut you off, trustee Carey.
No, I think she had brought up the other, Kathy did. I think that's it for right now, maybe.
Clerk Flintoff?
Yeah, so as the person who's, run all the numbers, and I just want to give a little bit of information, is that we paid Woodhill about, I think it was like $7,500. They ran our budget process, good process, went through and came up with the cost allocation plan, went through with support. There was only starting to be including the open space fund with the methodology. And there was only the disruption around some of the dysfunction with the prior board, John. And so I'll say it was in place, it was undone, and that's part of why these budget adjustments, as you're pointing out, John, had the standard budget adjustments, because the board adopting the budget last year pulled it out of some funds and added it to others. So who gets hurt? Water, sewer, fire. Water and sewer, that creates different problems for us, because then we have ratepayers paying for non-ratepayer expenses. Let me give you some perspective on numbers here. Fire went up from 123,000 in fiscal year end 23 to 208,000.
On the cap.
Yep. Sewer, 171 to 201. Water, 159 to 195. We reworked this and massaged it to do things that were recommended by our finance staff and our deputy treasurer, which is to make each of the SAD funds the same. So that's why you see that 1250 on each. I also want to correct something that John said. All of the costs you listed aren't part of the cost allocation plan. Attorneys, the room,
Assessors, environmental, all the.
using this room, nothing. That is not part of the cost allocation plan for a fund like open space. Open space, anybody who doesn't have staff is not charged a portion of the IT. Anybody who doesn't have office space here is not charged a portion of buildings and grounds. Okay, so that's why water, sewer, parks, general fund, they're split a portion of buildings and grounds. Anybody who has a computer, like fire, parks, water, sewer, assessing, is a portion that way. The only costs we're talking about are the costs of our audit, which have gone up, but we're estimating $97,200 for our audit. And then our finance staff and consultants, which we're estimating this year to be more, right? I mean, that's like a, $400 and some thousand proposed budget. So the costs are going up because the budget proposed has higher expenses in it. Now, something like the open space fund isn't charged time for the treasurer's staff, whereas SADs are charged time, water and sewer for the cash receipting function. Because our millage funds, such as the open space, they're already assessed an additional 1% admin fee, which goes to cover the tax collection and I think some of the assessing costs. So just to share a bit about it, and it is a conservative, I understand people don't like it, but I also want to correct, the open space fund does not cover its indirect costs. And I have to say that because that's just simply not true. The open space fund has never covered its indirect costs. And I know I've heard from a lot of members of the public saying that, and that's just simply not true. I mean, the open space fund, the LPC has prided itself on being thrifty. It's a good message to give to funders. I think the LPC should come up with, an estimate of their volunteer hours and put that toward it when you're talking to funders. But pretending that the activities of the open space fund don't create costs for the township, it's just not logical. I mean, everything is connected to the workload of the finance staff as related to that fund. And certainly there's different ways to slice and dice it, but when I picked it up and handed it over to Mark and Rod, I said, hey, take it or leave it. And they kept it because it's rational, it's fair, it's data driven. And if anybody plugged the numbers in, you'd come out with the same numbers. So I feel very comfortable supporting this.
I'm going to address the whole issue of cost allocation. We have always allocated costs to the appropriate funds. Departments, call it what you want. We did it in a percentage way, taking actual costs we're being billed for and looking at where those costs came from, which department, and use that as the way to pay the proper percentage of that bill. What's wrong with that? I'm sorry, just because someone thinks cost allocation is a good way, doesn't mean it's the right way. And I disagree with this method. I think we should stick with presenting the bills as we get them to pay to the proper department fund that they apply to.
But isn't it cost allocation?
It is, but it's done in a different manner. How are we coming up with these numbers?
Done.
Where do these come from? You gotta start with a big number and then do whatever you do to come up with, for open space, $37,000. We do not spend that to manage that fund and manage those activities in-house. We do not. And it's wrong. It's wrong for all of the funds. First of all, this building is the office building. Township taxpayers years ago voted to give us the money to build a building, so we would not be working out of our homes. That should be just out of the general, part of the general revenue we take in. I'm having a harder time now with taking every dollar that comes in here and a piece goes charged here, a piece goes here. I'm sorry, maybe it's an old-fashioned way, but I still think it's a good way. And I think we should continue presenting out the charges and the bills we get to the appropriate departments, not just picking a big number. And obviously this is a percent in some fashion and saying, okay, they're going to spend this much money this year. They probably won't.
It would be actuals that they'd be billed
Wait a second.
Correct.
under this.
That's my spew on cost allocation.
Well, before we go to Rod, I do want to comment briefly. I think there were some hard feelings about the debate over cost allocation that occurred during the adoption of last year's, or the fiscal year that's about to end, that budget. And I still hear some of that in this discussion. And I think it's helpful to sort of look at this more in the context of what the treasurer was just presenting, that there's different ways to do this. And what I sensed in that debate a year ago was that there were people who felt like Treasurer Palmer, that there was the better way to do it, the way that they preferred was to use the actual costs that were incurred and not to rely on some of the formulas that the Woodhill method includes. And so there really is a difference of opinion, and I think it's okay for people to have those differences of opinion about how to do cost allocation. I think what we've heard from people in the public, and we've heard from people on the board who've done research, that there are different ways of doing this. And one way is not necessarily better than another way, although the kind of chaotic way is not a good way. I think we're all in agreement with that. But there may be another way for Scio Township to approach this than either the Woodhill way or the strict sort of allocation of actual costs. And I don't know, I don't profess to know what that is, but I think it's okay for us to explore this question, and we shouldn't sort of assume that because someone has prefers a different approach that that's necessarily bad. It's just a different way of doing it. And unless, John, you wanted to add something more before we turn to Rod, I know Rod.
No,
I need to correct something though, because this is actual cost. So the way we've done it is this is what would be budgeted. And then we take out, and Donna, whether it comes in by bill, we take it out that way each month, or we, take a 1/12 of it. Either way, at the end of this year, it's actual costs. So say that this board continues to not hire a finance director, then the open space costs would go down. All the funds costs would go down. So I want to be clear, this is actual costs. I also want to note, Donna, the past, before we had a formula, it hit fire, water, sewer, general, period. And I would disagree. Those are not the appropriate funds.
All right, Rod, why don't we turn to you before we start having another round of board comments?
First of all, I think you mentioned that obviously this is a difficult decision, right? This is a change. And it's a change that, at the end of the day, impacts each of these funds and their ability to do what they were developed to do. But at the same token, you have to recognize, and I think there's a recognition that each individual department or each individual fund should represent the true cost of operating that fund. The problem with that is that, again, this is an art, not a science. And so there certainly can be some finesse in how you do it, but I think at the end of the day, the logic of saying you need to do something is completely valid in terms of showing, again, the fair representation. I think you also have to recognize that each of these funds, if they were to exist on their own, would have these expenses, right? In some form or fashion. So for example, these entities are a beast of the township. They're not standalone. And so thus, if they were standalone, they would have to have an audit done. A baseline audit is going to cost you $8,000, if not more. You're going to have somebody that manages your investments. You're going to have somebody that manages the overall transactions that occur. You're going to have finance software. And if you add all those types of things up, it's probably going to be more than, as Trustee Noel mentioned, or excuse me, Carrie mentioned, we're about 2.2% of the total expenditures. And so from my perspective, while I think that there are different ways that you can do this, and I don't think that that is invalid in itself, I only look at it from a perspective of, is it something that you can defend by using a methodology? And I think the answer to that question is yes. And then the next question is, does it appear to be fair? And again, I only look at that from a percentage perspective. And anything, from some federal grants allow you, as an example, to arbitrarily charge 15% administration fees. Some of them are 10, some of them are 5, but all of them generally allow you to have some type of arbitrary percentage charged to it. And so I look at that as kind of a baseline, and this is below that baseline for all the funds. And so again, that seems to be something representative. Now, actually, I'm gonna go to your question first, which is, what happens if you don't do this? Well, what happens if you don't do this is that general fund gets hit even harder. And as Mr. Thompson mentioned, your general fund, and I mentioned this during my presentation, you have been spending more, your expenditures are rising faster than what your revenues are finding. And so if you take the money out of your general fund, eventually you're going to shift a problem from one area to another area, which means you're going to have to make other cuts and changes within the general fund to keep that fund solid. So that is the impact associated with that. The other comment is that I think you're correct in that there are different methodologies for doing this. This methodology utilizes the data, for example, the expenditures, the fund size, et cetera, to allocate a fair cost. You can take every single bill that comes in and divides it out, but what is not being done today in that fashion is, for example, and the clerk mentioned that, is that your finance director, your finance manager, your, for example, are not being charged for that. So if you were to do that method, you'd want to make sure though, and the township manager as well, that a portion of their costs are then billed out. At the end, you probably get to the same space that you are now, but you're still gonna have the same debate, which is, well, what's the reasonable percent? If you do it that way, what's the reasonable percent? And that's where I think the conversation is breaking down is, and as Trustee Reiser mentioned, I think the big challenge here is the change from one year to the next year, you know? And so my question, I don't know this to be true, but the question I would be asked would be, well, were previous years undercharged? So is the reason you have a big change, not because you're being overcharged now, but you're being undercharged before? I don't know that to be true or not true, but that would be the question that I would
It's the
want.
change in the finance expenditures because the positions have been vacant. That's what's driving the cost.
That's probably a valid point. So
How did you come up with a percentage?
So I just looked at so we're now at about $31,000. I divided that by the total expenditures for the land preservation fund.
1.4 million.
Yes, to get the 2.3.
Okay.
But that's not what the formula is. It's not a
Correct, no.
percent, right?
That's just to say, that was my way, as somebody from the outside that's not involved in this, does that seem to be out of line? So is it fair? Again, based upon other types of general indirect charges that you're able to charge back for federal or state grants.
One of the other points I want to touch on is something that you and I talked about this afternoon prior to the meeting, and that is that there are some funds where this increased, the increase in cost allocation, though it's much less than the amount that the open space fund is being charged. Some of these SADs, for example, it may present a problem with the sort of the mechanism of that SAD. In other words, if we take a higher amount from this cost allocation, it could begin to impact whether the SAD can cover all of the costs that it was created to cover. And what you explained to me, Rod, is that those are the kinds of things that you can fix later. I mean, obviously we can't, if we don't fix what we just approved in terms of the budget amendments before the end of the month, we won't be able to fix those, but you know, we could, if we determine going forward that that is having that impact on those SADs, for example, we could fix those at some point in the future.
Yeah, I think that brings up a good point on the overall budget. Because one of the things that I mentioned before during the presentation is the budget is a process, and that process never ends. And one of the things that I think that just needs to be said is that just because the board approves a budget doesn't necessarily mean that you then approve the associated expenditure as well. Because many times you have to come back and do contracts, you know, and other actions of the board. So for example, we talk about positions. You know, eventually you're gonna come back and the board is gonna make a decision on who you hire, which then gives you another bite at the apple, if you will. So I think one of the things that you have a lot of these conversations about the budget would have occurred months ago, but because we have a condensed process, you're trying to do it all at once. I think it's important to recognize that some of these decisions can still have an opportunity to be finessed. So for example, if you look at the road fund and you look at the original resolutions and what was passed and later determine that we shouldn't be charging cost allocation for the road fund, you still have time to make that adjustment, make that a change. You basically, in other words, you have a whole full year to fine tune some of these transactions that you need to occur. So I think that's just valuable that as you have a lot of big policy decisions, some of these policy decisions, you may not be able to fully make it a agreed upon decision by the board, but maybe you come back and have a further conversation about that over time. For the next several months, whatever it takes.
Well, the only ones we wouldn't be able to change would be those that impact
This current fiscal year.
Fiscal year, so
That's
after,
correct.
after the end of this month, we would be able to do that.
And just one thing on the SADs, that's why we approved the 3.5% admin fee is interest, excuse me, the 3.5% interest is to cover some of these administrative costs of administering the special assessments.
And that affects the 4 that we did last year, but part of what I talked about with Rod is that we'd have to go back and look at each one of these older SADs to
Yeah.
see what the township did and how it was structured. And so that's what I mean, you know, there's some investigation to do to make sure that any of this cost allocation isn't in conflict with some of those earlier
Certainly,
actions.
if there's a problem, we'll fix it.
Yeah,
And those earlier SADs, those factors were all looked at when we determined the 5%. It's all to cover costs,
Right.
et cetera.
Right, and when I
Still,
looked at that estimate, we were nowhere near meeting that,
okay.
so there was plenty.
I didn't want to cut you off though.
Again, I mean, I think these are just difficult, and because I just want to reiterate, don't think that the conversations that you have here necessarily have to be the end point. They can be the beginning point for, but you know, in this particular case, you know, I think it's valuable to approve something in the budget, and then if you get more information, if you want to fine tune it, I think certainly you have time to do that.
And I think there should be a cap, and I think it should be higher than what it's been. My concern is that this is a division, a funding source that is so high because of the millage. They get a lot of money to buy properties worth several $100,000. And so by virtue of the fact that they happen to have a lot of money, they have to pay a lot in the cost allocation.
That's not accurate.
Well, they have a $1.4 million budget, which is a lot of money. And I get that, well, yeah, then they should pay their fair share of the finance for that 1.4, but on.
That's not what drives it, John. Sorry to interrupt, but that's not what drives the cap.
Would you show it? Have they seen what you have?
Why is this
Rod, I think-
$31,000? What is that? What's the breakdown of
The
that?
$31,000.
And I'm gonna move on shortly.
No, for sure. No, it's 1,148 is estimated for their share of the audit costs of the
1,000
nearly
bucks for the audit,
100,000.
okay.
And then the rest is portions of the financial consultants, manager and finance director. And that is based on, you know, proportions. We've gone through this algebra, I don't know how many times, and it's part of the reason I've told people, if you want to sit down and go through the equations, we can. But it's also based on the actual number of, the only thing based on expenditures, which goes up and down each year, especially in open space. So in open space, maybe the cost allocation next year is going to be very low. I mean, the fund balance up and down, I mean, that's part of why fire is so high, because of the higher expenditures. And so there was some smoothing of that Rod did by averaging the expenditures, but it's based on expenditures, it's based on the number of cash disbursements. And the only thing that's based on the size of the fund balance, which is $1 million, is the audit share. So that's, you know, more than,
So wouldn't
10%.
expenditures also be related to the size of the fund? I mean, if they're moving a lot of money, then the expenditures, I mean, it's a sort of another way of saying the same thing that John was saying.
I mean, I need 4 votes to get this down to 31,000. So I mean,
well, it's at 31,000.
I don't know that I would have support to get it to less than something other than 31,000.
It's at 31,000.
Less than, I don't know that I would, like, would we allow it to be 20,000?
And John, where would you move that cost? To water, to sewer, to fire? I mean, what's fair?
Every fund pays its share based on its operational
We had
expenses.
never done that until 21, Donna. It was only split between general, water, sewer, and fire, and that is unfair.
I just said every fund pays based on their, the cost.
And there was no data to justify it.
So
Where we have data.
this is kind of this, the two, Donna, the way that you said has been done in the past and then this. What I'm hearing is the difference is that as the checks come in, you divvy it up right then and there. And then this one is kind of, no, I'm off on that.
That's just the way of implementing, and there's two options there. They're both on real costs. But before, for example, the township for decades took the township manager's time and just kind of split it between water, sewer, and fire. I mean, township manager isn't in here at all. You know, that's all general fund. I mean, so again, that's part of why I tried to give some of the history in the memo. I would categorize what we did before as arbitrary.
I'm wondering if indeed what we were doing before was arbitrary.
I'm certain it was arbitrary. That's why I've been so concerned.
I understand the same thing.
It seems to me, it wasn't arbitrary.
argument
It seems like it
anything.
was an effort to use a system for allocating cost, and arbitrary makes it sound like, people said, oh, let's go after them.
Well, there wasn't a consistent basis. There wasn't data. There was an estimate of what water and sewer would pay in the private sector for rent. I mean, I would not have taken on this project if it didn't seem important. We're certainly not going to take on ratepayer enterprise funds, hitting fire with costs. And so, John, if you'd like open space fund to pay less, would you like the general fund to pay more? Did you want parks to pay more? I mean, it just opens up a can of worms, John, when you start exempting one little fund.
And John, you and I are both in the water and sewer district.
Yeah, me too.
So we've been paying extra that we probably shouldn't have been paying
Yeah.
for the last
At least 15 years.
A rose sad that we're not getting an
No, I'm
improvement.
serious.
I can read a room. I don't have a motion. I've made my points.
Okay.
If there was
It's a good
somebody else made a
discussion.
motion, I would listen to it, but I can. I get what y'all are laying down.
All right, in that case, are we ready to move on to the next fund on the list? Or is there further discussion about the open space fund? This next one, I'm sure, has no controversy involved
What is the
whatsoever.
next one?
The road funds, starting with Fund
Okay.
400 through 411. And well,
Oh,
the
two
way,
fund
the way that it's
411,
listed, the way
sorry.
it's listed here, it's all the road funds. I think, there probably are some differences between them. Well, I don't think there are definitely some differences between them. I think we might as well just sort of tackle it right out of,
Should we start with the easy one?
you really want to start with the easy ones?
Sure, how about 405 to 411? I don't see an issue with. Those are the individual, the private, or the individual neighborhood fads like Rose Drive and Galeview and things like that. So some of these have been around and they're coming to a close, some of them. We need to revisit. Okay, let's see.
Or if you want to see if anybody else's comments, otherwise you can set it
Sure.
aside.
Well, I don't know if people have comments. I know that these are some of the ones that are on the smaller SADs, not the township-wide SAD. I guess the question is whether anyone has any issues, any amendments or anything like that. I would like to point out that these are ones that I would like us to look at closely with the higher cost allocation figures to make sure that we're not getting into some difficulty because of a specific circumstance with a specific SAD.
Okay, that's a good.
Yeah.
But that's,
So we used to do this with no basis and questionable legal authority.
I'm unclear what you mean. We used to do cost allocation, or we used to do,
Both the 5% on the SADs with no legal authorization and the cost allocation without basis. So we can create new problems to worry about, but we're in a much better position than we used to be.
Jessica, that's not true. We always had numbers, first of all, for the 5% worked into the SAD thing. They were there. Maybe you can't find them in black and white, but they were there. And as far as the percentage wise, that also was looked at. So don't make a statement like that, please.
Well, they should be in the paperwork with the individual sats, I
I've
would
reviewed
assume.
it, yeah.
Okay, so we will revisit them.
I
We
think
have a
that's I
file-
think it's a good idea because we
bigger
don't
problem
want
with
to
SADs.
inadvertently create problems for any of the specific SADs.
Okay, so that's 405 to, well, even 403 we should look at as well, but I know that one, the bridge.
One with the bridge is, I think, one that may present a problem. And that's because we have sort of someone standing there waiting for the full amount of that SAD now.
Yeah.
So I think we are going to have to probably, as a board, revisit that soon in order to respond to the road commission.
I thought that had been worked out.
Well, we proposed a way of working it out, but we haven't reached an agreement with the road commission that our proposal is the right way to work it out.
I spoke with the road commission the other day, and I think there's a solution. And I'm not sure this evening is the time to find out the details. We've got bigger things to do, but there was a, I guess, an understanding on our part that we would pay $5,000 a year. That's not clear. It talks about paying for maintenance. Maintenance is occurred a more rapid schedule than we originally anticipated. As a result, the county is looking for their half. We paid $15,000. They're looking for the remaining 85. We have about 60 in the budget here, so we can get close to where we want to be this year. I think we can work out the rest of it one way or another.
So we'll cross that bridge when we get.
No pun intended.
Oh, no, I intended that one. So unless there's other comments about other sort of smaller SADs, let's turn our attention to Fund 400, which is the one where we have, that's the township-wide road SAD, and that's the one where we have a sort of persistent differing of opinion, I guess, on.
Well, the differing of opinion is that there are, the 2013 SAD file has appeared. So I went through it and I found every resolution going back, I mean, for that whole year. So when it came in front of the boards and they had public hearings and all of that. And it's these are signed, sealed, and sealed and signed documents by the clerk at the time, which was Nancy Hedberg.
And I confirmed all that.
Yes, so there's also, public notices and whatnot, and in fact, I do have a couple affidavits of publication and stating, continuing maintenance and repair of township local roads over the term of the assessment. So that's the 10 years, collecting money in 10 years of the project list that was included in one of the resolutions and approved and adopted. So we're at this endpoint here. And there's money that was spent in the project list. It listed the roads that were going to be improved and maintained. And then it gave an estimated cost, which by law, you're supposed to do that when you presented and adopt a special assessment. So I have been working on this for months. There's spreadsheets that shows the cost for each road. Some of the roads have been included that weren't on the project list, so that's an issue to deal with. And then also how much we spent on each road. The only road that has not had any improvements, and it was ignored because supposedly the intent was to pave it, but that wasn't part of the project list, was Park Road from Zeeb West to Stabler. The rest of, Park Road Zeeb West to Stabler. So then Stabler to Liberty was improved. So that's the only money that should be spent from this 400 at this point. Now, I did send everything over to our attorney, Mike Homier. I'm sorry. I keep catching up on his last name because everybody says it differently, sorry. And I'm waiting for him to get back with me. And it took me a long time to get the SAD file together, to copy everything, scan it, upload it, and then send it out. So that went to him last Thursday and I'm still waiting. And I really, frankly, I think that this board needs to sit down with Mike in a closed session and go over all of this and make sure that we are doing this properly.
Yeah.
You know, there's parcel owners that have paid into this that had no improvements whatsoever. So there's, you know, money left over, and I want to make sure that we do right by taxpayers.
And I would agree with that. And John Reiser and I have talked about that issue. Mike has given us a memo where his legal opinions are spelled out. We have the basis to go into a closed session and have dialogue with him, the entire board.
And
We
I
gotta iron this out.
And I suggested that 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think you all know Mike ignores all of my emails. So I suggested we go into closed session to discuss the attorney-client privileged memo. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
and also when Mike sent out the answers to those questions, that was before I found the 2013 SAD that had the legal documents, the official legal documents.
Trustee Riser.
I'm for that, to the extent it is lawful to do so. I think, I mean, to the extent that I would be in support of amending 400 Township Road SAD Fund to the requested 0 to include money for the Park Road engineering and gravel, or whatever we're allowed to do on that. Because you can't put gravel if you don't engineer it, or maybe you can, I don't know. I don't, but to
All the
do
other
that,
roads have been done that way.
I don't know enough about how roads get done when they're in as bad a shape as Park Road is.
I agree. That's fair.
So to the extent engineering is needed to do the gravel right, the uplift right, I don't know that, but I would do that, and I would also move at some point, not today, but after getting legal clearance to do so, to allocate road SAD for the road portion of the Scio Ridge Upland connector. And I'm not saying putting in sidewalks or pathways or bus pad, but if there are improvements, maintenance, if there's things to that road, because I'm under the impression that we can revisit it if it was on the original list. I'm not trying to squeeze something in that wasn't on that list, but I am trying to go back to that list and respend it. That's what maintenance is for, going back and spending money again on the same damn road, because you gotta fix them.
Well, and I have a problem with that because I paid and everybody else has paid into the SAD and has not had improvements on their roads,
And that's the.
which is a millage, not a SAD.
John,
Yes.
before we get off into
Yeah.
too much of this, I want to clarify that I think what Jillian was talking about is spending some of that SAD money, so not zeroing it out. She was talking about spending, I think, 60,000.
That's what RAC has, or Road Advisory Committee has recommended.
On
was
Park
the
or
60,000.
Scio Ridge Upland,
Park Road.
Park Road. for
right,
the
which I would
gravel.
be in favor
And
of.
just
So you don't want to make a motion to zero
No,
it out?
No, I'm not, no, I'm
That's
not.
not what
making-
he said. So
No.
I just wanted to ask John if you'd be so kind to split your motion, because John,
I don't have a motion
Oh, you
today,
didn't?
although
you had one today, I thought, about the
well,
amount. for
I
Park Road.
I think we should go into a closed session to get a little more, to get clarity on this. I'm tired, I'm sick.
Can I call on Rod? Because he and I talked about this today and how to possibly
I can do
move
a
past
motion
this difficulty.
So for the sake of time, I think you guys have a great conversation that you have here.
Oh, it's real great.
But, well, it is, because it's an important conversation about ensuring that you're spending these special assessment dollars legally and appropriately. But I don't think it needs to be solved tonight, right? Because I think the consensus that I'm hearing is you need to do more research on it. So I think the board has two options. Option number one is leave the budget the way it is, but then commit to come back and have a meeting with your attorney, find out the answers to your questions, and then adjust the budget if you need to at that point. Option number two is zero the line item out.
Yeah.
Have a conversation with your attorney. If you need to make the adjustments, you make that. Both of them get you exactly the same point, but I don't think, my personal opinion would be, is that you're not gonna get to the answer this evening about the legality. So hold that in abeyance until you can get the answer and then adjust the budget accordingly. Because again, this is a process, and that you should just.
And for simplicity's sake, I would urge folks to not make changes that we don't have to the budget as proposed. I would say, leave it. Let's commit to have that closed session where we talk this through with the attorney and the attorney having the benefit of the materials that trustee Carey has researched and found in the archives. And then talk this through before we spend the money. So we have to do it soon because that would come up, but we know that we have, I think, consensus on at least the gravel.
60,000,
Yeah, the
yes, I would
uplift
feel
of the-
good about, at least I know that that part is proper at this time. And then I don't want to I don't want to agree on anything that we are setting a potential intention. So, okay, so if we put the 60,000, because
Okay.
we know that Park Road was on the list and hasn't been
I would
approved in
support
10
that.
years.
Okay,
So
so I'll make a motion to amend the proposed FYE 24 budget for Fund 400 Township-wide Road SAD Fund from expenditures of $450,000 for roads to $60,000 for Park Road,
well, you could just leave it at
or
60,000.
just $60,000,
This
period.
leaves it simple. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so moved by Flintoff, support by Carey.
That's paid, right?
No.
I would flip you off right now if there was. Yeah, thank you.
People
Let's-
aren't ready for jokes, John.
It's too soon. All right, so there's further discussion. Please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, and I will make a personal commitment to work this week to try and find a time to bring Mike to meet with us in closed session, probably in April, because I think everyone, it's short notice to try and do it next week, and I know some people are gonna be taking spring break. I know John is anyway.
We have a little bit of time but we do need to get the
We need-
agreement.
We need to do it soon because of the road
WCRC.
commission's schedule, yes. So I will shoot for sometime early April. And
What is that, May 13th, it's due, something like that, mid-May?
we want to get it sooner rather than later. So I will aim to try and do this
They do the work.
in conjunction with our first meeting in April, if I can.
And
Okay.
I thank you to the DDA for taking on the 4 roads that I was trying to calculate, when I looked at the agreement, knowing about the budget coming up, that was a couple weeks ago. But the 4 roads, Enterprise, I need some, I can't remember the names of them, but the DDA is
There are
taking them on.
4, yeah, and
Yeah.
that's represented in the total funds that the DDA moved over to this year from last year for road improvements within the DDA district. So as the materials in here sort of represent, there would be a separate agreement between the DDA that would pull those out of the
Okay.
township agreement.
Yes, and then the other roads that were not on the project list that were in the agreement that the road commission had brought to us. So when I did the numbers, not knowing where the money would come from, but the grant would pay for most of that, the matching grant, and then we would only have to pay like 5,000 out of the general fund. I felt that was okay. At least we're getting some roads done.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, I saw that. That was
clarifications.
was very artful.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So with that, let's move on to public improvement, if we can, move on to public improvement. I'm sorry.
402, the township revolving.
And 401,
Oh, did-
401 is being
Oh.
closed at the end of this year,
that's right,
so it would be just 402.
yeah, 402, the township revolving,
So we're not,
We won't have to spend out of that because the DDA is
Right.
covering that cost.
Okay,
There was 25,000 set aside, but we only needed 18,000 for those 4 roads. But then I don't know what the other cost that there would have been.
It's probably just a margin.
Just placeholder.
Oh, placeholder. Okay, then we're good.
so
That we should be.
So I'm sorry, but 402 still has 25,000 in it.
As a place, so originally it was the 18 was gonna be charged there, that's been moved out. You can either remove it, I would frankly just leave the 25, because if something else comes up, then you've got the budget for it.
Okay,
So
Okay.
any other reasons to not move on? Okay. So Public Improvement Fund 245.
Page 67. Yeah. So this is Public Improvement Fund. What did you say it was again? It was for the Jackson Road.
so
Oh, it's for
state-
maintenance.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what we've used it for, and this, every time this fund comes up, it reminds me, we need a long-term plan for how we're gonna fund maintenance for Jackson Road Boulevard, because we keep spending down this fund. And so it's part of a bigger conversation for another day.
And I can share what I shared with Bob Stites, and I think this may be, I don't know if this is in any of the communications that I included, but I clarified that there is no legal restraint on the DDA funding maintenance.
Really?
There is none. It's a practice that was adopted some years ago based on a comment from somebody. But it is not a legal restriction on the DDA. So this is a conversation that the board can engage in with the DDA. Now, whether the DDA, holds on to that practice, that past practice, that's another thing, but there's no legal restriction on the DDA funding maintenance.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, good.
I've always wondered what and where in the world that restriction could have come from. so-
Well, I asked a question and I
Yeah,
found
thank
out
you.
that it doesn't come from the law.
Yeah.
Did they hire somebody to pick up the trash? So it's bad.
Well, and in fact, some of the line item that was increased is because the DDA is trying to pay more attention to the landscaping in the boulevard. So I think, there's clearly, a kind of a gray area that the DDA is already doing maintenance in. And so that's how the question came up, because there's this gray area, but I think the clarification allows us to have a larger
Is
discussion.
there a motion to change anything on this, or are we moving on?
I think we can move on, but I was addressing the question that the clerk raised. So the authorized positions, I think, is something where we have something to talk about. That's the next item on the list. And there is in the packet, I believe, a copy of the authorized positions.
Yeah, and I also printed out a bigger one for everybody, because it's easier to read.
Changed since this? Is it the same?
It's the same, the 21st, yeah.
So here, I think there was one change that, at least that I'm aware of, that would result from the communication that came in from planning, the sustainability task force. They wanted to have an item for 2 temporary interns for the summer, and it would, we should add that because knowing that at this point allows the recruiting to go on for those interns. And if we put that off, then the available pool shrinks dramatically after April.
So can you make a motion, Will?
So I would make a motion to add,
101, 701?
yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah. I can
wrote it
help
down.
write
Yeah,
it down.
101, 701, 2 authorized positions for, or 2 temporary intern authorized to the authorized positions in the amount, I believe, they calculated $10,000. would cover that cost
For both,
for both.
so a $5,000 stipend each.
I believe that is
Okay,
what they were asking.
Is that the last line item, folks?
nope, we're just adding it.
Do we want to do these all at once or do they?
Let's do them one at a
Okay,
time.
one at a time.
And then I have a motion.
Well,
So I'll support.
okay, so motion by Hathaway, support by Flintoff to add the 2 intern positions for the planning commission, I guess.
Yep.
Sustainability effort. And unless there's further comment, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
All right, trustee Noel.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to change the proposed authorized positions to modify Fund Activity 101-171 to eliminate the 0.5 position deputy supervisor with current authorized pay of $52,708 and to restore Fund Activity 101-253 treasurer to a full-time deputy treasurer with continued authorized pay of her current salary, which is $105,416, and amend the budgeted accounts accordingly to implement this change.
I'll second that. Is there further discussion?
I'll just say I'm relieved the board's finally correcting this.
Okay.
Please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion adopted.
I was gonna ask, this doesn't change anything financially, correct?
No.
Is that correct?
It just eliminates the dual appointment of a single person.
So it does change the funding in one account. One
Yeah, it
account's
changed-
gonna go down, one account's gonna go up, one department's gonna
That's
go
what I'm
up.
getting. It's a
But overall,
bookkeeping,
it's a
bookkeeping
wash.
entry.
Net
So
zero.
the general fund's not gonna change, and the
Right.
individual department is gonna change.
All right.
And just to clarify, just from my notes, I just wanna make sure, because I'll have to change here. So again, you eliminated, basically, the deputy treasurer now is gonna be full-time
Yep.
at the existing salary, and then the assistant position is then gone.
No, the assistant
deputy
position,
supervisor.
there's no change.
Deputy supervisor.
Deputy supervisor, oh, I did the
Right.
wrong count, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Are there other motions, other comments or motions for the authorized positions?
Sorry, go ahead.
We did not include in here, however, just bring this up, there were 2 or 3 places where we had requests for wage increases, and we didn't want to put those in here and then have them sort of accidentally be, not accidentally, but without discussion be adopted. So, and I say that because I'm not quite sure how we would handle that, but I don't want that to go unnoticed or unremarked upon, but we didn't want to put it in here. And then
I know there was one that we talked about today for the assistant assessor.
I've got a few here.
Is that included in there?
Mhm.
I had
Okay.
one too, based on prior discussions.
Yeah,
And, okay, I did not.
yeah, I'm prepared to make some motions regarding these.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure that it was out there, and we did not put any of those in here as they exist. What is in here now is what exists now.
Mhm.
So, trustee Noah, why don't you have more?
So I wanted to make a motion to amend the proposed authorized positions to modify Fund 206 Fire to increase the authorized salary of the administrative assistant to $62,000
A year.
per year.
Is that on this chart?
206 fire administrative assistant is, but the salary is currently, if I'm reading it correctly, 57,959.
So it's an increase. To reflect,
pay for it?
just a second, to reflect the knowledge and abilities required to carry out this complex position and bring in line with jobs of similar complexity elsewhere in the township. My
Support.
concern is being fair to all of our employees that are functioning at similar levels.
So a motion by Noel, I supported if.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
If
Okay,
that's-
so moved by Noel, support by Flintoff, and now discussion, and I believe the treasurer had a question.
The fund is already in deficit, and now we're increasing more expenses. I think that is not a wise move at this point in time.
I think that people need to be compensated for their skills and knowledge that they bring to the position. She handles payroll, miscellaneous receivables, billing, serves on interview panels, does all sorts of things. And I think it brings in line with our administrative clerk. When we've looked at this before and taken these piecemeal, I mentioned before at a recent board meeting that hourly increase to some of our administrative folks that we were gonna need to look at it. And this is one amendment I support, along with a couple others I'll bring that I think bring people more in line to where they should be, fairer across the board.
This is 206 fire administrative assistant from 57,959 to what?
62,000.
And
So a part-time to full-time?
No, she's full-time already.
Well, no,
I think, right?
no, she is currently part-time. What Mark was explaining is he has proposed moving her to full-time at 57,009.
Oh, I see. Here it is. I'm
So,
looking in the wrong column.
yeah, Mark has proposed moving her from part-time to full-time to 57. And then Kathy is proposing moving that to 62.
Okay, so this should read not 0.5, it should read 1.
So there's two columns here that Rod and Mark used, authorized and budgeted. So you'll see some.
Oh, I see. The-
Yeah.
The heading is on the other page. Now I get it. Okay.
And this salary increase will be supported with the millage or the SAB that we have now?
Mhm,
Okay, and
all out of fire.
all out of by yourself.
The chief is, I know, supportive of this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, chief.
So the difference really is between whatever the part-time salary was.
The,
Yeah.
what is proposed here by Mark is the 57,009.
Right, but we're not shown what the current salary is that we're moving from. So it's
I
not.
can't remember
Maybe
the,
about half of 57, because she worked part-time before, and then.
okay, so you doubled it. Okay,
Yeah, I took her hourly rate that she was being paid at part-time, basically translated that into a yearly salary.
okay.
So this would be on top of that adjustment, this would be a further adjustment.
The opportunity to work more and make a little more per hour.
Gotcha.
And is she okay with this?
Presumably,
She's
you've been a part of
smiling,
the
so-
conversation, I hope, before this. Are there further questions or comments?
I have a comment. I want it clearly understood that I agree with the philosophy. I just want everybody to be aware of the money. I'm not questioning.
I know.
All right.
I
I
know.
don't like the insinuation that maybe I was.
No, not at all, Don. I know you always support the staff.
Well,
So the question I have is, this is a 7% raise, and I'm gonna vote for this, but are we doing this for everybody, or are we doing this for some? Or how do we decide which ones we bump up in this public forum and which ones we don't?
This is to equalize some other prior salary increases for other employees.
We just gave him a 7.6% increase. Did you all forget?
No, I guess, I'm just trying to think, are we doing raises now for most, for some, for all?
Some proposed raises for a few to equalize is how I would propose the set of motions that I would support here tonight, because, and the reason is, because we did the salary survey, right? Right back in 2020 or something. We don't have an HR person. We don't have Rod had the very good suggestion to do a classification and, and all this stuff, which is a great idea. And in the organization that we have, it's us right here, right now. And so based on, the last 9-12 months of watching these both part-time folks, as well as some of our full-time administrative people, there has been an opportunity for us to align people's salaries a little more fairly. So there's about 3 or 4 salaries proposed here, where I'll be proposing
What
some
are the others?
increases.
What are the others going to be?
The two part-time people, the deputy clerk and the assistant assessor. And then that's it. I just wanted, those were the other 2. The
Okay.
only other caveat I wanted to explain, I don't want to get off motion too far, John, but the only other caveat I wanted to explain and get in the record here is the proposed finance assistant job, which is the new position proposed by Mark. Also for 62,000. That job, if and when filled, would take over the utility billing function and would allow us to get rid of the utilities administrative assistant position down there. So that would go away. It's currently filled part-time. And that's with the support of the current utilities administrative assistant, utilities director, and interim township manager.
And the prior township administrator,
Okay.
interim.
All right.
That's the preview.
Well, I think it's a good question because you were saying you're doing this in the context of these other changes. And I
Yeah.
think it's
And
it's
I've-
good to know sort of what the other
Yeah, I've
changes are.
conferred with the affected department heads, looked at some market stuff, looked at this for a while, and do think that these adjustments are well warranted.
Are there further questions or comments on this particular motion? In that case, please call the roll.
Yes.
Hathaway,
So tricky. Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Why don't you proceed with the other proposals?
Thank you. This is an easy one. A motion to amend the proposed authorized positions to add simply a note to Fund 101, 191, the finance assistant position. I'd like to record a note here in the green that once this position is filled, the position of utilities administrative assistant would go away. That is the intention.
We can probably do that by acclamation, right? All those in favor say
Wait,
aye.
wait. Wait,
What?
is this in agreement with utilities?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good,
and the
Donna,
interim-
yeah, that's a good
The
point.
utilities director,
Who's gonna
interim.
do the work back there?
Well, that's the point. The work would shift to the position,
Finance assistant.
the finance assistant position would absorb the current part-time position that is doing.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
And yes, I know this is something that's been talked about a lot. So we have a motion, so
Voice vote.
I will, actually, I will second your motion, so.
Okay.
Flintoff, Hathaway, voice vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, okay, so we've made it, we've added that note
Great.
to the authorized positions, please
Thank
proceed,
you.
I know you've got a couple more.
Thank you. A motion to amend the proposed authorized positions to modify Fund Activity 101, 257, that's assessing, to increase the listed position, Assistant Assessor, hourly rate to $45 an hour to better align with the higher level assessing tasks that this state certified position carries out.
Report.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Riser. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes. Motion, if I may?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Okay,
please,
sorry.
please keep going.
Okay, I got organized. Okay, a motion to amend the proposed authorized positions to modify fund activity 101-215 clerk and 101-262 elections to increase the deputy clerk hourly rate to $35 an hour to bring the pay closer to that of other experienced deputy clerks and certified elections administrators.
I'll support.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Noel. Are there comments or questions?
So this would be full-time?
No, she's still part-time, though I'm requesting that she goes up from 24 to 32
Oh, there,
hours.
sorry,
Yeah,
here it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to make the font just a little bit smaller. It's very. It's,
That's the asterisk? No, that's, oh, here. Oh, here, that's where it is. Gotcha. Jeez.
so it's motion and seconded.
Yes,
So I have a question. Has this position been the subject of a pay raise already this year, or is this that pay raise?
It has been subject of a COLA.
And what was that COLA?
It was the same, it would bring it up to the $31.
So was there a 7.6 COLA?
That we all approved, yeah.
No,
for
so,
everybody.
so I'm just saying this position got a 7.6 COLA and now it's getting an 11% bump.
An adjustment.
And maybe that's warranted based on that, but I just don't want to be like cherry picking who gets the raises and don't get the raises based on a lack of data. I'm gonna vote for this, but it's just, if this is how we do it, this is how we do it, rather than a motion that came forward to us with kind of an explanation and some data, things like that. It just, you know, I don't want to have the appearance that we're cherry picking positions that have already gotten raises to get additional raises. That's not data based.
Yeah, and I would just say, I believe this is based on data. It's certainly not formal, John. We don't have, not enough hours in the day. I mean, once we get an HR person or a finance director, we'll be able to have that. But John, even this list of positions, this is new as of 2 years ago. So we're making progress.
And we're at a point, let's take a break. Yeah, could we?
well, why don't we
We
vote
can
on
wait
this?
till this is done.
Yeah, let's vote on this and then we'll come back. Join our show, you know. Okay, so I think unless there's other comments I'm not seeing or questions, we can call the roll.
Riser,
Yes?
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, let's take a good suggestion, yeah, 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll pick up where we left off.
I just had 2 more small ones.
Okay.
Yeah, for this.
For this,
For
okay.
this, yep, thank you.
Right, we're back. And we'll pick up where we left off with authorized positions, and Clerk Flintoff, I believe you have some more motions.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend the proposed authorized position to modify Fund 208 Parks. Project manager to be authorized at full-time instead of part-time, with 50% budgeted costs to come from Fund 101 and the other 50 to remain in 208. And to be charged with managing projects across the areas of parks, pathways, roads, and sustainability at an authorized salary of $81,245, which is the same rate.
Where are you?
I'm on the back side.
Got it.
208 Parks. You'll see a title called project manager.
Got it?
And I would, I'm proposing that we change it back to full-time. Now, we established this position in 2021, had a solid job description for it, though I think we were maybe aiming a little too high, looking for a bit of a unicorn when we put PE preferred, right? And so if we take that out, you know, we could get our GIS chops, somebody to manage our road SADs, be our climate change officer, you know, work on some of the grants and stuff, and still provide the parks director with the level of support that she needs. I'm not opposed to it being part-time. I'm just saying with the level of skills that we want in a person and the type of skills, I think that they need to be provided kind of across the township. When I say 50% 101, I would imagine a lot of it would come from, for example, the administrative cut of any SADs, administrative cut of grants. It'd be a largely grants funded position, but doing these studies and these projects that Jan wants to implement for the sustainability task force. So again, I'd support the part-time. I just think it's more realistic that we would recruit somebody with the right skills if it were full-time.
So the project manager is in parks, correct?
Well, that's what she's proposing. It had originally been proposed as, it had originally
Who's the
been,
she?
Anna?
Anna.
Okay,
So the board had originally established it as kind of a township-wide position to manage projects with about 50% in parks, and then also all of our roads, all these projects.
We're a project manager.
is the parks manager gonna report to the parks director?
It's not determined. This is just the budgetary area. I would imagine it would report to the manager, the project manager.
Okay, because is there a wage compression issue where the project manager gets 81, but the director only gets 75?
Well, I think
No.
I mean, there are all sorts of issues, but not with this. I don't think so, John, because, and again, I don't want to speak for Mark or Anna. I'll just say what the board approved in 2021, which is what I'm supporting going back to, is that the project director manager would report to the manager
Okay,
as kind of a peer to the parks director. But Mark, what were your thoughts in wanting it to be part-time?
Person wouldn't be exclusively in the parks.
Not at all, no, 50%.
Okay.
But Mark and Anna had a different vision, so I want to
What
hear
you
from,
have?
yeah, because they're proposing it being part-time. So let's hear from them if we could.
Yeah, Anna, I would be interested to hear from you because there are a couple of questions here that relate to your earlier proposal, but also I think, that's an interesting question about the wage differential too.
Yeah, I saw this position posted back when I was beginning to be interested in working for the township. So I'm familiar with the job description for the project manager that was approved and posted about a year and a half ago. Yeah, and my understanding is that when I was hired, some of those job duties from that job description were kind of brought into my job position. And in having worked here the past 7 months, I'm noticing a lot of my time is going to stuff that was in that original project manager position and it's taking away from everything else that was in my job description when I was hired. So in working on this budget, I wanted to bring that position back. I made it a Parks Department position because that's the budget that I'm working on. And when I think about my day to day, I'm just seeing my experience, and I'm aware that there are projects in parks that need management, and I'm not a project manager, though I'm learning a lot. I'd find that supportive. And to get the salary that I put in for the part-time position, I just took what was originally posted and made it a part-time, a half-time position.
So the salary that was originally posted was 82,000.
Yeah, it was.
I think that's high.
I think that's high. Although I haven't found the official posting, but I know Jessica, we emailed, you have it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll look back. It was somewhere close to that. Rod, you might have the list because you changed it.
It's really.
76,000
part-time,
was the
right?
top.
That's my question. I mean, this is really for budgeting purposes. Certainly, I'm not, I was trying to just return to what we had before. So my question is, Anna, do you think that there's a benefit to this person being part-time?
The reason I went with part-time is I looked at what was available in parks. And so, yeah, what was reasonable and a part-time position was reasonable. And just considering how many projects there are going on in my department right now, it felt like something that a part-time person could handle and support me with. So that's why,
Something that could grow.
definitely.
If you looked at the budget, there's an awful lot going on there. And one of the things we need to be careful about is we don't take Hannah and make her I guess, managing a part-time person might be a little bit as opposed to a full-time person. So, I mean, it could go either way, but from Hannah's standpoint, there's a lot going on. We want to make sure we don't create a situation where she becomes she's a working sort of supervisor, and we don't want to have her have management that she can do at this point, or management responsibilities, I guess I should say.
So Mark, in your proposal, this person would report to the Parks
Well,
Director.
it's a half-time person. I guess that was my.
That was your proposal, okay. And I'm not,
On the other hand, if this was a way to, and some of the stuff from the planning commission that I think
Yeah.
kind of came in sort of late, so we're kind of struggling to hustling, I suppose is a better word, to figure out how to deal with that. So in fact, if we envision one person doing some of this work and some of that work, then that's a different story.
And I believe some of the project management, the aspiration anyway, is to pick up some of the road SAD projects.
absolutely. So I would imagine it being like the original job description had this person being kind of the climate change officer. We can call it something else. But that all the sustainability stuff, right, that Jan's been looking for, somebody with some planning chops. If we could get a GIS person, in this, we know they could support assessing and others. But I would imagine this person, really managing the projects, in partnership with you, in partnership with roads. I just think that there's so much project management to be done. And when I would propose 50% from parks and 50% from 101, with a commitment that we would rework the job description in collaboration with Anna and Mark and everybody. And really, this position, I think, really at least 25% of it could come from, admin from grants and other things. I mean, this position would really be responsible for kind of fundraising part of itself.
Can't we start out at 50% and see how it's working and go from there?
You can if you can recruit somebody, but I'll tell you, we couldn't recruit somebody when it was full-time. So I don't know, this is why I'm asking Mark and Anna, do you all have a sense that you're gonna get somebody with the chops we need who's available part-time?
Finding people that
Yeah.
we need for any positions. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we just need to be flexible.
I guess I'm willing, because I am aware of the need for, like having someone to do some of this project management, not just in parks, but also in this area of sustainability and climate, and also in roads. And pathways is part of parks. And those are probably the projects that you're bumping up against where you're really getting stretched. So I would support this, but I would like to, because I sense that what we're also creating here is a position that's sort of at the same level in some ways as the
Mhm.
Parks and Pathways Director, I would prefer to set the salary at the same level rather than starting that that position at a higher level.
I think this would, not addressing that, because this would give us the flexibility, I guess, to see what's in the marketplace. In terms of-
And maybe ask Mark to,
Maybe you can put it for Donna.
Yeah.
Pays more.
well, John, you joke, but this was the original position.
No, I'm
And-
just being facetious. I'm gonna support this.
Yeah,
Is there a motion?
Well, I think there is a motion.
I would
So-
move support, second it, if it's not already.
Has it been seconded? I don't know.
it hasn't been seconded, now it
Okay, so
has.
Flintoff moves, Risers seconds, and I'm thinking that you're supporting the original motion at the
Given
original
my
salary
second-
level.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
What salary level have we decided on?
Well, I think the proposal was 82.
So 81,245 is whatever the original one was, and
She
that's,
carried it out for 2080 on an annual basis.
yeah,
I did the math.
yeah.
And so this would be full-time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless-
Look, there's a lot of, I mean, and this I would just say with the caveat that we would have a revised job description come back if we recommend, but I just think we need to start planning better for our projects.
So you don't already have a revised job description. You're saying that what you were putting forward is to revise the job description.
Yeah, that we adopted in
Okay.
2021.
Right, okay. Actually, that was a question I meant to ask you a moment ago, but then I forgot.
81,245.
Just, and we can say just for budgeting purposes, as these other placeholders are, the, 130 for the manager, that's also for budgeting.
Okay.
One thing I would, I know you're not asking my
Please,
opinion, but
I am.
one thing that you may want to consider in this position, so you can attract more people, could potentially be an assistant township manager position. And you could still assign the same tasks to it, but it does two things. One, it opens up more potential candidates, because when you define project manager, not sure who the pool you're gonna pull from. And number two, it potentially provides a succession opportunity as well in that position. So just something to consider as you evaluate your job description. Maybe not be stuck on project manager idea, but maybe how do you benefit the township long-term?
I think that may have been part of the problem with our recruitment the first time around was the title.
Yeah.
And we didn't hire a recruiter or try very hard.
Okay.
Assistant manager,
Well,
subtitle project manager.
I don't, that's a suggestion.
Something to consider as
No,
you
no,
come
that's-
back.
We don't
Makes a lot of
have to,
sense.
we don't have to decide that right now during this budget meeting, correct?
Yeah, no, that's something to come back to.
Call the question?
Well, I don't think we need to call the question. We can just call the roll if there's no further comments.
Okay,
Kathy?
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes. A topic, because I did want to ask Mark to just speak to this on the record about what do we do about this utilities tech one? How, in all honesty, how do we get enough information to know if we need to fill that position or not? Because it's been vacant. Just because we've had it before doesn't mean we need it. But how do we get a sense of kind of the workload needs of both utilities and our parks grounds maintenance?
Well, I guess in the time that I have been here, back up and say, I've lost track of how many new people we've hired here this evening. But it's been.
We haven't hired anyone.
So I think we need to be careful as we fill vacancies. Steve and I have talked about this briefly. And while there may be need, I'm not convinced that we have that need yet. Part of that is identifying what our people are doing now, what things aren't being done, and making sure that we get those things done in the most efficient manner. There's been talk about certain task-related things. Those can be done with employees. Some of them can be done through contracts. We need to identify those as well. Generally, I would say that, at least in my experience, other people might feel differently, but to the extent that we can contract and have work done, I think in the long run, that's probably something we want to look at pretty hard. We're just, at least in my mind, I'm not convinced that we need to fill that position yet, and that I can come and say, here's what that position is going to do, and that's why that's why we have to fill it. Just not there yet.
Thank you.
I have a question of Steve, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Steve, what is the requirement by, I'm gonna say law, when the men are out on an incident, a job, a break, or whatever? Isn't there a requirement of so many bodies having to be on that site at that moment in time? And so many to go in.
The
So
only
many-
requirement I'm aware of is for what's called confined space entry, where you need gas monitoring and a harness and an entrant and somebody above. For most tasks, no, there's not a requirement. There's certain jobs that are more dangerous than others. I would respectfully disagree with Mark on the need for a third utility tech. They had historically had 3 techs, I understand here, and our service area has grown quite a bit with Scio, Trailwoods, Woodview Commons coming. We have a lot of missed digs. I don't know that you guys know that happens every day. Our guys are out marking stuff, and that's time consuming. We have 2 techs right now. If one person's off on vacation or out, these guys are running around like crazy all the time. We're very vulnerable, in my opinion. So we're keeping going. The guys are moving all the time. And, I think we're vulnerable. We're not getting some things done that the nice to haves, like a more aggressive valve turning program, painting hydrants, hydrant flushing, just being a more robust department. So in my opinion, we're at a skeleton crew, and if one guy gets hurt, breaks his wrist or something, I don't know what we do then. The other thing that's happened is, Rich Hughes, the field supervisor, the previous field supervisor wasn't in the field so much. Rich is spending a lot of time doing that, and this would provide him some more time to do some administrative tasks and get somebody trained up in the field. So again, I just, disrespectfully disagree with the decision, but we need a person. It's been authorized. I have a job posted. I haven't had I had one response, so I guess I need to remove that posting. So I'm a little surprised that this is being cut when I see all the other positions that are being added, and it's an essential part of the township.
The utility department,
No one's cutting any positions here.
Well, if there's
We're trying to fill an open position.
sorry, Mark, maybe I misunderstood. The one position looks like it went down to
I'm
0.
sorry, I was looking at the wrong cat.
yeah. Has the utility department been doing any work on parks or pathways?
Yes, we've been doing a little, we've been mowing the parking lots and doing the snow removal there. And that's pretty much about it. And the pathways, doing the snow removal.
Is that normal for utility departments to be? I don't know.
I think different places have different responsibilities. Usually it's a DPW that does streets and different things also, but our utilities department has traditionally been just water and sewer. We've expanded that a little bit with the parks and pathways as it's, grown in style.
Okay, so then we have our hydrants that need to be flushed, and I'm assuming, that's not the fire department's responsibility. That would be the water and
For the water
utility. So,
flushing, and they need to be painted and valves need to be turned and,
yeah, I'd like to see more of the maintenance, we have our other maintenance, but that takes care of the whole township and not have different departments do things for other departments. Yeah, so we're short, and I mean, even if we had to have a utilities technician, an extra one, do a little bit of work until we can get the other maintenance responsibilities taken care of through other employees, I would be in support of this.
So,
Of adding a position.
Adding a position. Yeah.
well, so the position's there, the recommendation is to,
I was mistaken. The position goes from 1 to 0 if I'm reading the form.
Yeah.
Correct.
And I don't have a problem with having that position there. And there are. This is not the way to make these decisions. Okay, let me back up a minute and let's not talk about this is not the way or the place to make these decisions.
well, in keeping with what Rod said earlier, we can approve this as it is now with amendments, and then we can revisit it based on whatever
It sounds like we need more
circumstances. Yeah,
information.
when you need to get more information. So why don't we move on from this discussion, but it's good to hear, Steve, from you, your views on this. Thanks for staying and talking with us.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Are there further?
I have a question,
Oh, Trustee
Mark
Noel.
Thompson. So ideally, how would you like to see these decisions made, or how are they done in other townships?
Well, I guess I should have articulated that when I spoke a moment ago. And let me say from the outset that the utility operation is the kind of thing that I personally enjoy, and I like that stuff. Everybody has parts of their job that they are more fond of than others. That's a part of the job that I am particularly fond of. So I bear no animus towards the utilities, first of all. Secondly, beyond that, we have an obligation to make sure that our operations are efficient and that we are providing the services to our citizens in the best possible manner. There are companies that will do valve exercising. It is not unusual, although I haven't brought it up here, for fire departments to flush fire hydrants. That's not unheard of. I don't know what the history is in Scio Township or Michigan generally, but I have worked places where the fire department flushed hydrants. There is some benefit to that. Generally, firefighters aren't thrilled about it. And I'm not suggesting that's the solution here, but there are other ways to get that done. If we want to paint fire hydrants, and some of them clearly need painted, I've hired people who paint to paint fire hydrants as opposed to paying utility technicians a higher rate to paint fire hydrants. So there are things that there are tasks that we need to accomplish. There are a variety of ways to accomplish them. If hiring an additional person is the right way to do that, then that's what we should do. In the time I've been here, I'm not convinced that that's the case yet. As I said, I've kind of lost track of the number of positions we've approved here today. But if you're asking for my recommendation on that one, before we would hire, I'd come to you and say, we need to hire this person. Here are the reasons why. In my opinion, we're just not there yet. If the board feels differently, certainly that's a decision that you can make.
Thank you.
Did you have a further?
Nope.
No. Unless there's further amendments to the authorized positions, are we ready to have a motion to approve the authorized positions as amended? Is that a nod? Like,
It is,
yeah,
yes.
okay, so
I'm ready
trustee,
to move on.
trustee
I'll
Carey,
support.
trustee Carey moves
Yeah.
and trustee Noel seconds. Please call the roll.
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion adopted.
Okay, that brings us to the sewer fund. Next, the water fund. Are there any amendments or questions?
Just a comment, we're gonna have to look at raising the rates.
I just wanted to clarify, and frankly, I'd lost track.
Sure. okay.
Related to the sewer fund, there is the authorization for a new generator in there, Jackson Road.
Oh, great.
Yes, and I think we have a quote that's right in that.
This is a change to what's in
It's not.
front of.
No,
Oh,
no, it's in there.
it's in there.
Yes,
Okay.
I just wanted to call attention to the board. I wanted to call the board's attention to the fact that it wasn't a noteworthy expenditure. They're not in numerical order.
We do sort of jump around.
I know, but I think mine's falling apart now, so.
No action.
590, so it should be all the person down.
I didn't bring that up. Requiring the action as part of the board, I just wanted you to be aware.
It's page 82 in mine.
Okay. Oh, yeah, good. Thanks.
No, I have.
Yep.
590.
I have a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Rod and Steve and Mark, for your work on 590 and 591. They go hand in hand. A question, and if we can't answer it right now, that's okay. But I'm wondering, have we yet been able to, can someone confirm for me if we are currently charging the authorized fees that we authorized? And secondly, was there any adjustment to the rate proposed in this fiscal year, as I know we envisioned with the resolutions we passed 2 years ago?
So I can't answer question number one, but question number two, no, this would be based on kind of a status quo rate structure. And you did forward the other day, the resolution the board passed previously, and under those, the board had approved that those numbers would be adjusted as of April 1st, I believe.
Yeah,
March 31st or April 1st.
yeah,
Of every single year. So we did not have time to evaluate this in terms of the proposed budget. But my recommendation would be, is that something that does need to be evaluated, brought back to the board, and then potentially that would increase the revenues here for both water and sewer if rate adjustments were recommended.
okay. And do you have a sense, Rod, of roughly how much time that would take a finance person? Because we haven't had the skills in-house to do that.
No, I read the resolutions of how it was done, but I did not have time to digest
No problem.
process.
No problem.
So I would have to do some more thinking. It shouldn't, I mean, the Woodhill Group had provided the board with a methodology before, which I think is what you're basing it on, correct? So I would think it shouldn't be very difficult, but yeah.
Okay, so we can flag that for the future.
I thought we approved something last fall.
We did. So we did, and built into that with the changes we made to our ordinance and that resolution, it allows for some automatic rate increases at each budget process.
So that's what you're asking about.
But we haven't implemented it because
Gotcha.
we haven't had the skills to do it.
Okay.
Based on increases from the city of Ann Arbor. We're supposed to.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, they weren't just automatic increases. They were increases based on.
it was more sophisticated than that. Yeah,
Well, that's the way we used to do it.
correct.
Okay. All right. Well, so we'll flag that as something to pay attention to soon.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else to note before we move on from the water or from the sewer and water and sewer?
It's the last, well, no, we're going backwards.
Next, we're coming to parks and pathways if we're ready to move on.
208.
All right, let's move on to Fund 208.
Are we gonna need to ask on this or no? We wanna-
Anna, do you want to come up and answer questions?
Did you say 57?
57.
How does it go backwards? Said 57.
Yep, yes, yeah, 57.
Huh. I wonder if they're having trouble finding things. Okay. Are there any proposed changes here? Things that didn't get in, that should be in? Questions about things that are there?
I have a question.
Trustee Carey.
Chargeback taxes, I've seen this in other accounts and maybe I've asked this, but what is that again? Go ahead.
When we have, for instance, tribunal, state tribunal or tax commission decisions, and they send us whatever the determination was.
Okay.
So then I have to send to all the units of government or all the pieces of their levies. That's what that is. So everybody pays a piece of the original tax. If it's been reduced, they have to pay it back.
I see, okay.
That's what it is.
Thank you.
In a nutshell.
In it, okay.
Or anything else you would like to highlight for us, Anna?
Maybe I'll hear if there's any questions and then I'm happy to address them.
Okay.
We're just nicely getting into this, right?
Did you have a question, John?
I'm just trying to find out, am I looking at 208 or am I looking at 751 or well, how am I looking for the expenses and the revenue?
I don't understand that number.
So
208.
Fund 208 is unfortunately for Anna broken out into 4 departments. And those are the other numbers.
Okay, yeah.
So what was the other one that you said? 705?
That's just the department of 208.
Oh, broken down. Okay, right. Yeah, I think this is the longest out of all the budgets, pages long.
I intend to work with Jessica once we have BSNA. Once we're ready to, we're gonna consolidate this
Yeah,
and make it into just one department, which is how it should be according to the chart of accounts.
yeah. And so the chart of accounts, as soon as we get the go-ahead from BSNA, then we'll make some improvements.
Because often when you have this kind of a breakdown that you're trying to, make sure it's clear for everyone, it would be like 208 -000 whatever 0.01 maybe or whatever. So it still has a 208 designation, but it's broken out, so you've got that division.
Yeah, it's confusing currently.
Part of this is because it was born of 2 different sort of
Never had
approaches,
700 numbers
same
before.
fund. Well, if there are no questions.
I'm sorry. What about the pathway along Park Road that it's gonna, Trailwinds is gonna do it until Arbor, is it Arbor Point? What's the street?
Yeah.
Cedar
Cedar
Ridge?
Ridge.
Yeah. What about the pathway along our brand new gravel uplift? Has that been something that we're planning on doing?
We approved the engineering.
Okay.
Um,
So that's not budgeted yet.
Well, we're gonna get to that. I think we need to add a budget for Fund 496 that you created for the MEDC grant funds to
So-
land in.
Let me say, yeah, so 2 things, I'll bring back a minor budget amendment at the next meeting, Will, for that,
Oh, okay.
if that's okay. And that is just for the MEDC grant funding that came in for Park Road. To your question, I would suggest sequence-wise that we just approved the 40% construction engineering. Again,
Stay
We'd have
tuned and do a budget amendment?
yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
wouldn't even know where to start
Okay.
budgeting when we haven't even.
No, no, but
Well, the only thing that we approved that would need to be budgeted so far, I think, is the preliminary engineering by OHM.
Correct, and I'll bring that back with a minor budget amendment. That money just came in this week.
Okay.
Mark, I haven't even had a chance to connect, so.
Thank you.
All right, so if that's the only question or comment, and there's no other changes, then I guess we can move on from the Parks and Pathways Fund 208.
Thank you, Anna.
Then I can go home.
That brings us to,
The fund number for the MEDC grant, what were you gonna?
it's
Don't worry
four-
about it.
It's
I'll bring it back.
496.
Yeah.
496, okay.
Fire?
Fire, Fund 206.
Could I just mention that a related fund, 431 Fire Station Capital Project Fund, that'll be zeroed out after this year and go away.
Okay. It's current. fiscal year. Okay. Okay, and I find this on page 54. And 55,
And 56.
and 56.
That's another long one. As long as it starts, so.
Evening, Chief. Good evening. So, are there any comments or questions for this fund?
I had a question, I mean, it's really to the board. You know, we got an email from a resident saying, okay, clarify where we are with any deficit here in the fire fund. I'm confused.
So Rod, I think that the term deficit was used in two different ways at our last meeting, fund deficit and operating deficit, and it created some confusion. I think Rob Pattinson, you're not totally confused because I know you have another point here. But we no longer have a fund deficit. We have an operating deficit. So we took care of the 1.5 million, and that's why the fund balance went from negative 500,000 to, what is it, 700,000?
686.
686. Okay, so that's why you see the negative 500,000 to 686. And then, Rod, could I ask you to speak to why isn't there enough money for the 3 full-time firefighters that the chief requested?
Just to sort of clarify that, now in 2022, the end of the 22 fiscal year, you had a deficit in that fund, meaning that you spent more money than you had available. So you had a deficit of $500,000. This year, you did the transfer of the $1.5 million, which alleviated that deficit, which brought you up to an estimate ending fund balance at the end of this fiscal year of $686,000.
Is that on this, is this 686,712?
Yes, sir.
I can see it, thank you.
Yep. And so this year's budget, we once again have expenditures exceeding revenues of $90,000. So that's deficit spending. But the fund is still a positive fund balance of $596,000. Obviously, the concern is with deficit spending is that eventually, especially when you're having not one-time costs, but reoccurring costs, is that would you then eventually be back into a deficit a situation where you used more money than you had in reserves. So the recommended budget did not include the conversion of the 3. No, you have more than that.
3 to 5. Yeah.
3 to 5, thank you. 3 to 5 paid on call officers to 3 additional full-time officers. Yeah. And again, even with that not being included in there, this budget still has deficit spending. So you're spending $90,000 more than you're bringing in revenues based on the estimates.
And it also didn't include the chief's request for the equipment replacement reserves.
Yeah, there's another $140,000 that the chief had requested, as I mentioned last time, is a good best practice to set aside money for large capital expenditures in the future. You know, that stuff's not cheap.
No.
Further questions?
So Chief, are you pitching the pennies to get that savings account started?
As best we can, of course.
Okay.
You know, but, you know,
That's the only way we can get these
pe-
things.
pennies don't add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars very quickly.
It's just a save.
Well, we set in motion
Yes.
a significant
Resolution, absolutely.
revenue increase for the department that I think will make future budget sheets look quite different,
Yeah, I would agree.
assuming that the voters approve. So if there aren't any further questions or comments, why don't we move on to the American Rescue Plan, which is on 258. If someone knows what page that's on.
Or 280. 258.
I see it. Toward the end, it says, now, what do we need to do by way of this for the audit?
So I wanted to make a suggestion that we, because I had some ideas about this and I thought better of it. And Mark's advice and Will's advice, that I would move that we just approve it as recommended, which is activity transfer out to somewhere. We don't know where yet, but that's how it would go. And to set an agenda item to deliberate on potential future budget amendments for the American Rescue Plan Act funding at a future Board of Trustees regular meeting. So we can talk about this funding source holistically. And the reason for that, John, is because the auditor and everybody else has told us it's very beneficial for us to use this for operating costs and free up fund balance to then use that fund balance for capital. So there's some strategy involved in this. There's probably a lot of other considerations we should be mindful of, but it doesn't have all the restrictions on it that it used to because we're under 10 million.
I will support that. Do you feel strongly about this?
I do, because I think that it's strategic and I would like to though, put a date to it, or at least say at least in the month of May, sometime soon, that we talk about this, because we've never had a whole conversation about ARPA.
Pardon?
I feel that's hiding it, but
Hiding it.
No, it definitely wouldn't be hiding
We're
anything.
gonna spend it, we just don't know how yet. That's
Yeah.
my takeaway.
I want to have a detailed conversation or more detailed than
Yeah.
making some decisions on the fly.
I think what Jessica is saying also is that the restrictions have changed and by virtue of those changes, we may want to change some of our thinking about how we might use them.
No, I got that.
Absolutely.
I got that. Operations versus, do we buy some things that we couldn't otherwise afford, or do we use it for operations?
Right, some restrictions have loosened and others have tightened.
So. but
So
I
we
think
need
the
to
point is
talk.
We would work that through.
Correct.
And then we wouldn't do it tonight.
No, we'll spend it on paving at another meeting.
Park Road, right?
Just some,
Please.
just recognition that, so the grant is available, or I should say, you have until December 31st of 2024 to obligate the money. And then you have until December 31st of 2026 to spend the money. So I just wanted, as you have that conversation, you do have time here. But if you are going to spend it on something that requires a lot of ramp up time, then obviously you want to think about that early. One caveat that I would think about is you have this conversation that you're never going to get this money ever again. This is one-time dollars. And so you want to try to use it in a way that can be transformational for your organization. And so that can have long-term impacts as it pertains to short-term impact. So you spend on something that has an expense, as an example, and that has ongoing expenditures associated, you need to make sure that you have the ability to pay for that in the long term and not the short term. And so, as Jessica said, they did have changed this. And before, many local units of government were not able to spend the dollars because there were so many restrictions on it. And now that you can spend this on revenue loss, that again frees up to be more creative on how you spend the money and think about money as being fungible. In other words, if you can spend on something that you would have spent the money on otherwise, that may free up dollars then you can spend on something else. So that's the way that you can be creative in part of your decision-making process of how to use this money to be transformational for your community for the long term, not just short term.
The commitment that we're making is to have the conversation, not necessarily to make the decision about it within a certain time frame, but just to have the conversation so that we're all sort of aware of these options that Rod is describing.
The strategy.
When do we have to obligate it again?
December 31st, 2024, so next December
December 31st.
of 2024.
So we have almost 2 years.
That's to
Obligated. So obligated basically just means that the board has made a decision, we're gonna spend it on X. And then you have until December 31st, 2026 to actually spend it. So the example would be, you did a water sewer project. The board commits that we're gonna let a contract for that. And then you actually don't spend the money with the contractor until 25, 26. Now, in this case, a lot of that is not a big concern because most likely you're gonna spend it under revenue loss,
Yes.
which means that as soon as you make a decision to spend the money, it's gonna hit the budget immediately at that point.
Right.
So that time period is not as important as it was previously to the rule change.
And I would also say, it's probably not a surprise to Scio residents to know that our procurement policy does not currently align with all of the federal requirements for procurement, which we would have to be bound by if we go for stuff instead of operations.
Sounds like a good conversation that we will be having soon. Okay,
So a motion by Flintoff, support by Noel, to approve it as recommended and set an agenda item to deliberate at a future regular board meeting.
how is it recommended? I lost my page.
As activity transfer out. TBD.
I mean, on page 68, is that what you're looking for?
That is a way that you can do this as an activity transfer.
Yeah, because in essence, you have to, wherever the expenditure occurs, you have to record that revenue in that location. So in other words, if you, one of the things I know that you guys were talking about was a new HVAC system. I know a lot of other communities have spent money on something similar. That money is going to come out of the general fund. So you would transfer from this fund into the general fund to cover that cost.
The revenue loss.
Correct. You got it. That's correct. Yep.
Not really lost, we know where it is.
Yeah. One note on the revenue loss, is you have your conversation. One of the things I would recommend you to do is look at your interest earnings, because your interest earnings are not required to have the same restrictions that the original receipt of the money is, which means that realistically, that money you can put right into your general fund and spend it however you want. So that's in their FAQs as well. So as you have that conversation, my suggestion would be is not to leave the interest here, is to actually get the interest out of here and put it back in your general fund.
Good advice.
What do we have?
We have an estimate of 4,000 for 23 and an estimate of 2,500 for 24. Not a lot of money, but again, there's no restrictions on the use of that money. You can use that money for just any township expenditure that's valid.
Thank you, Rod.
And so it doesn't have to show as receiving a grant, for example, wherever it goes.
No, you just get to, normally, when you receive federal dollars, they require you, because you get millions of dollars, you get interest on that, they require you to use that money for the same original purpose. And in this case, in their the final rule, they modified that to basically allow you to not count it towards that original project.
All right, well, thank you. So do we need a vote on that motion? All right, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
That brings us to the general fund, Fund 101.
Should be up in the beginning, right?
Did you want to say more about the decks too?
Yep, I do.
Mr. Supervisor, maybe we could deal with the assessor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Why
can
don't we
we do
skip
that?
ahead to the assessor?
Sorry.
So
Andrea.
that's item H on the list, activity 257.
You don't have to get up in the morning anyway, right? And where, okay, that's activity.
257.
Got the yellow highlighted?
Someone put that in there, I didn't, I don't know. Can't tell.
Page 40.
Yeah,
Is that for like a big box appeal or something like that?
possibly, but I don't anticipate anything this year. Coming up expense wise, if we do, we probably wouldn't need it until next year, if something were to come up.
So it's just budgeted as a contingency kind of, okay.
Just for the beginning.
Changes, any amendments?
Question, you seen it, Andrea?
I'm
I had
sorry.
a question about the very first item.
Well,
First line.
it was the part-time salaries. I don't know if it's a typo or if that figured error. It went down like a lot. And I've only got one part-time person and she makes closer to what was requested then. And I don't know how it affects budgeting.
Not anymore.
Okay, I'm not knowledgeable about stuff like that
A
yet.
good question, Andrea.
Before, so I'm sorry to put it on the spot.
So 2 full-time salaries and 1 part-time? Is that what you're
Yes.
She needs another person.
full-time?
Yeah, the other person besides me would be the other.
And that aligns with the positions list.
Yeah.
So the part-time position we have is 4316 is the hourly rate, 20 hours a week, so that gives us
3 days a week, 24 hours,
24 hours.
and it was raised to 45 an hour.
Well, we didn't, that's obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct, so this is what was in the budget now. So, that isn't at 20 hours, not 24 hours. So that would be the difference there.
Okay,
Number of hours.
just didn't know if you
Number of hours.
just missed a
Yep.
key there.
No.
So what do we need to amend that line item? No.
So, what I'll do is all of these changes that tonight,
We can do that. We
Yep.
don't have to do that tonight if it's too confusing.
correct.
Because of the budget.
And is this right, Mark? We, with the motions at least that we made here related to the authorized position, included the language that any budget lines affected be changed. So I think that covers it.
I think I'm trying to keep track of that stuff, but what we didn't change was the hours.
Yeah.
So we'll just go ahead.
Oh,
and
okay.
make-
Okay,
Is that correct?
gotcha.
Is that correct?
We got there,
So the new number, just so you know, would be $53,864.
Kind of what I had, okay.
So the hours will be what now?
24.
24.
Yeah, 3 days. He had it calculated at 20.
Thank you. And what is she 24 now?
Yeah, 3 days.
Okay,
That's
thank
not
you.
changed.
8 times 3, no. She don't want it to change.
So it'll be 54.
Thank you.
It was 0.75 and now recommended was 0.5, so I think that's where.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
just to clarify, the position, right, for the assistant assessor, this is a position, right?
Mhm.
That's the one that's listed as part-time.
Yeah, that's just 0.5 hours. that
Okay,
covers
so-
it.
So I have a question on legal fees. Do we have any big appeals going right now?
No.
We're just, Myers is still in advance, and I'm waiting for a small claims decision to come in, and that's it. Well, I have one that's, I'm waiting for the other side to get back, but it's a small strip center, nothing big. Cause I don't wanna go down that road, I wanna get them settled before. And this assessing season is gonna start as far as, I got till the 31st on the commercial stuff, so we'll know in 2 months. Anybody wants to appeal.
Can we use Mariah for the legal?
Yes.
Thanks.
And to clarify, the number I gave before does not include the upgrade to 45.
Yeah.
That was at the previous rate of 43.16.
So we need to adjust that number to reflect both the difference in hours and the difference
Yeah.
in
I'll
salary.
make all those change
Yeah.
to reflect that. So when you approve the budget, then the numbers will end up reflecting that, and then you'll have a final copy.
Yeah. We'll work together on that.
Okay. So if that's it, then I think we're done with this.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you, Andrea.
you, I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow.
Okay. That brings us back to if we want to do this in order. The first is general gov under general fund, activity 101. It's page 32.
You're getting better at this.
Jill,
I am.
do you wanna say something
Well,
about
it's easy,
Dexter
it's the first
Senior
one.
Center? This is
Yes, I
Dexter
have,
Senior Center.
yes, the Dexter Senior Center. So there's your public contribution. So we've had, Jim Harmon was here at the last meeting with his, and then we all received an email. Jim Carson. Yeah. What did I say? Harmon? Yeah, you said Harmon. Can you tell him in the roads? Okay, Jim Carson was here at the last meeting and sharing about the Dex. Did I say Harmon again? No, I didn't.
No.
Okay, anyways,
Keep
Jim
going.
was here and gave us information on the Dexter Senior Center. And in the past, this is after the new board came on, I believe, is when we began. It's not a donation.
Service agreement.
A service agreement to help support the Dexter Senior Center. And they do, their largest clientele is here in Scio. And so I believe Webster, Dexter Township, and Lodi and Lima contribute.
They did.
Yeah, all these towns. So it's not just us giving them money for, and they do have some, with, they have higher expenditures for this year for, I guess, of various reasons. So I am in full support of going from the 7,000 that was the previous requested and what we have been allocating towards to help them to 22,000.
Well, I would second that motion.
Thank you. We have, I believe 85 seniors that are served, and we have the largest clientele out of
Well,
all
and
the.
meals that delivered to Scio Farms and other parts of the township are really important.
So Rod, this would be account 880, public contributions. Thank you.
And even though it's public contributions, it's a service agreement.
Service agreement. Yes, and there, the other thing is we're approving this now because their fiscal year is different than ours, so we have to even we'll have an agreement and approve that later for the next year. It's a weird
This is just the budget
schedule,
piece,
right?
so.
Okay, so unless there are further comments, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion adopted.
Okay, that brings us to supervisor. Does anyone have anything further they would like to say about this fund? We can do this like we do the approval of the minutes.
Yeah.
Salary.
Yeah, that's the only change, right?
You guys will tweak that, right? The part-time salary split.
Correct.
That'll be adjusted.
So anything related to salaries or fringe that we changed on the authorized position will be, yes, we'll take care of it.
So Rod will do that for us. We won't have to.
Between Rod, Mark and me, we'll make sure it's done.
Okay.
By the way, treasurer is TREASUR.
That is, I have a significant flaw in my personality that I can never get that right. And I worked for the Department of Treasury and I still couldn't get it right. So I apologize.
It's just, we don't say words clearly sometimes.
All right, are we ready to move on? Administrator, activity 172.
So do we mean manager?
Well, we could change the
That's
fund name.
the activity name for the chart of accounts. I'd rather not.
So is this high enough?
No, I don't think it is,
So-
actually.
It's budgeted at 130. You're not seeing the full 12 months. Rod, do you want to explain
Correct.
it?
Yeah, so a number of those positions that are authorized, and it is, it was noted in the presentation that I did, as making an assumption that it's going to take a little while to hire them. So that position, I think we brought in at 10 months. I have to look at my note here, but yeah, so 9 months.
For the salaries are here, Captain.
That's why it's smaller than the authorized salary.
So we
Okay.
clarified that enough? or-
Yeah, I just want to say, in this market, I think we're going to need to have more allocated for the manager's salary than 130,000. We can either change it later or we can change it now.
Let's change it later.
I mean, I defer to our recruiter.
I would agree with Mrs. Moe. I think that the market, now or later doesn't make any difference, but the market is.
I'd just like to have more information before we make
Yes.
a judgment.
It's fine.
I guess I just say that to sort of prepare this board for
Some sticker shock.
some sticker shock. That's the only reason I bring it up, is just be prepared.
No, I
Okay.
Okay. So,
we're on
Maybe
notice.
more.
so sticker shock noted. Moving on, accounting, activity 191.
I did the same thing here where the manager, the finance director would be at 10 months, and then the assistant would be at 9 months. I believe is what we did.
There are further comments. Why don't we move on to clerk, activity 215. Going once?
Is this election stuff too, or is that?
No, no,
It's a different,
this is
Okay,
me and half of Mary,
got it.
period.
Thank you.
the other half of Mary is found in elections. It comes up in just a few pages.
I got it.
All right,
And there's,
technology, activity 228.
It's all in order. It's wonderful.
So much easier to follow.
it's not rocket science.
And you'll see the cost allocation coming back on each of these with those minus sign, minus. Yeah, that's how we're recouping.
Treasurer, activity 253.
Huh?
Basic. You'll make those changes with Sandy.
Right. We already did assessor. So now we're on to elections, Fund 262.
A big increase here, planning on a November election and presidential primary. 9 days of early voting is driving the cost increase. I expect best case scenario, legislature gets it together and we have some funding sources available maybe, you know, between 40 to 80,000 is my very rough estimate of what we might, you know, have available, but, you know, the implementing legislation isn't even done yet.
Would it be in-person voting 9 days early or?
Correct.
Where would it be?
Wow.
At all the precincts?
Here, no,
Just here.
one location. I would do it here.
So the election day itself is when you would have the precincts open everywhere.
Yep, 8 precincts. So we would do 8 precincts on election day, 9 days of early voting here, and absentee voting.
That's March.
It's not set yet. It's
Oh.
either February or March.
Oh, right.
So-
It's in contention, isn't it?
Correct.
Will there be early voting on the fire millage in the fall?
Yes, it's optional in the fall, but I'm opting in. It's optional it's optional, I'll tell you why. So it's optional for a local election to do the early voting. But I've got the presidential primary coming up. And I personally don't want that to be the first time I'm administering early voting.
Good trial run.
Yes, so one, it's for practice for everybody because we've got the custody of everything for 10 days instead of 1 day. And the chain of custody and
100-yard,
Everything.
100-foot.
this place, everything. So there's so much to implement. We're all talking about this in our clerks meetings. The second reason I want to do it isn't just to get some practice and not, you know, screw up on the presidential primary. The second reason is because I think voters expect it. We voted for it. It was last fall. I think they expect it. We have one of the votingest townships, and I think we should make it accessible.
Okay.
So it's the election inspectors that is driving a lot of that cost because it's, you know, 4 to 5 people for 9 days for about a 15-hour day each.
Okay, unless there's more on elections.
Nope.
Buildings and grounds, 265.
I won't be running for clerk, that's for sure.
Attorney activity, 266.
Yeah.
And I think the board knows this, but so everybody knows the account number for attorney activity is 826. This right here is our general legal fees, but if you want, like, say, a report of what all of our legal fees are, just ask me or Rebecca, because we do have little bits in fire, water, sewer, but most of it's from our general fund here.
Human resources, 270.
I have a question on the lawsuit,
Oh.
Twin Talk. Is that stuff, do we get any of that reimbursed?
Yes.
So is there a corresponding revenue component to that?
I don't know how the accounting works.
No, it's the way that the way that the insurance claim, I mean, I don't know that you can say yes. So no, this Foster Swift was appointed by the board for this. It was not an insurance company appointment, the way they sometimes do it. So I'll send you the claim letter, you'll understand it, John, but basically it says if the township board prevails, then they may choose to reimburse. But it's not ongoing, it's only at case disposition, and then it's discretionary for the insurance company. Just like it was with the, what was the,
Brandt lawsuit?
yeah, the Brandt lawsuit.
Yeah, first Brandt lawsuit.
Yeah, and the second Brandt lawsuit, actually, I think we still need to claim reimbursement for.
We settled it.
I think Rebecca already, well, I don't know, I'm not
No,
sure
I-
where, I'm not sure where it is.
yeah, I think we need to
Well,
follow up on that.
So just as an FYI, just, you guys know this anyways, Kathy and I have been kind of have a meeting in a little committee and we'll be coming back with some stuff, but that's not anything we need to do today, other than we're gonna try to take a look at what we can do to streamline some of the costs and reduce some of the costs.
Good.
And I do think that 125, I'll be interested to see what your findings are, John. I think that 125 is too high. I don't think we need that much,
Well, let's not underpay the lawyers.
given
That's
our,
a joke.
yeah. But given our projected costs for this year, John, in all seriousness, 100,000.
Let's
Okay.
wait. I mean, let's leave it. Let's wait.
Let's leave it.
Discuss
We'll
it
come
Okay.
back,
later.
'cause, yeah.
Just saying, I think it's high.
Who knows what's gonna happen on.
Yeah, really.
Well,
Okay.
no, I'm talking about the general, not
I know,
government.
I know.
So just to follow up to what John said, we're gonna want to meet with Jessica, Will, and Mark and talk through some of the attorney issues with you
Great.
guys privately, probably within the next couple weeks. You said you're gonna be gone next week.
Yes,
Yeah, me too.
Are you gone for a week?
yes,
Okay, so the following week you'll be back.
yeah. I'll come.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of models that we can use to control costs.
So sometime in April, you're thinking?
Yeah, it'll be.
Okay. So human resources, 270.
I look forward to hiring the person. I know it's been one of those positions we haven't filled, and so I defer to you, Mark, if you think that if this might be something we better contract out for, I don't know.
I don't know either. I think, you know, it's just been one of those things that we just haven't gotten around to.
Mhm.
It's been kind of busy, although there certainly is need for help in this regard. How we get that help, there are various options.
Yeah.
There are individuals and there are companies that do that kind of work as well.
And when we finish the budget, and this has taken up a lot of time. The past
There's a
couple
host of
weeks.
things are important things that have been time consuming. We're kind of knocking off the list. So, some other things.
Thank you.
So sheriff. Activity 301.
Just as a minor point on this, that doesn't really change a whole lot, but in one set of budgets, we showed revenues and expenditures. In this one, we just show net, the net cost.
Right.
You mean that the silly rebate that money we don't get, you know, that they give us credit for?
Yeah.
Okay, traffic enforcement activity 302.
So that's Conrad from Think and Think.
Okay.
So
it's-
when the sheriff issues a ticket, then
It's
Is that-
honest, yeah, I think the board needs to talk about this program. It's it's Scio Township fee, so-and-so in court.
Drains, 445. And here, we may want to make an adjustment. There is a amount that is paid by the township to the county. And I think my understanding is it's somewhere between $9,000 and $10,000
For what?
to
Okay.
Evan Pratt's sort of division, I think, whatever I'm not sure exactly what it is, but there is a fee that
Never
was
heard
paid.
of
Townships usually pay a portion of the at-large cost for drain assessments
Drainage district.
for the drainage district for the property you own. So any of the land preservation stuff, any of the parks, any of the township hall, et cetera, because you as a resident get assessed in that drainage district, but any public property does not get assessed. And so to recoup that, they do an at-large fee. Most counties do it that way.
So there's the explanation. I didn't know what it was for, but
Could you bring that back as a budget amendment, or do you want to do it now?
Well,
You probably should check and see what it's been historically.
it was 9,300.
I didn't have a number for this year's budget, so I just put that as a folder.
Remember, we're contemplating requesting establishment of a drainage district for Aubrey Grove, if it comes and goes through. So
Historically, where has that been? Because it's not been in drains. That cost that you're talking about.
I don't know, but we get a bill from them every year.
I
We'll
don't know.
check with Sandy.
Why don't we leave it as it is and we'll look into this and fix it later.
Yeah.
Maybe it right there, that 802.
When we next get a bill, let's make sure.
We'll do a budget amendment before we pay it.
That we know that what it is.
Yeah.
And where it belongs.
Yeah,
How often do we get a bill? Just once a
I
year?
think it's annually.
it might just be hidden in 101 somewhere.
We might pay it somewhere else.
Yeah, probably.
All right, roads activity, we have recommended $5,060.
That's the amount of the road contracts, which was like 100,000, I believe, minus the amount that the road commission would be contributing. So the remainder is the $5,000.
Yeah.
This is what you were referring to
Yes,
earlier, Joanne.
so, and that it would be any of most of them were like the neighborhood SADs from the past that we have been maintaining and this is what the road commission has recommended. So there's a list of them.
It's to make those particular projects that don't fit into the road SAD or anywhere
Or
else.
the
sort of
DDA,
work.
yes.
Okay. Recycling, activity 530, I would like to make a motion to add $40,000. This is the amount that we had in prior years, and this is a part of the request from the Sustainability Task Force.
Add more 40.
To add, there's zero right now, but it would be to put in $40,000, which is what we've had in the past.
Okay.
You have it, and you must have an older version of the.
And Will, who's
Anybody
gonna,
have 40?
is somebody gonna lead point on this? Because we put this $40,000 in, we don't use it. So
Yes,
is there really a plan
No,
this
no,
year?
the reason that actually that Sandy and I took it out was because we tried so hard to, get it done and we just kept failing to reach any kind of an agreement with Recycling Ann Arbor. But there's two reasons why it makes sense to put it back in. The Sustainability Task Force, Jan's task force and out of planning has a subcommittee that really wants to make
Okay.
a run at this. And we have another option as a possibility for setting up a drop-off that didn't exist before. So even if it doesn't work out with Recycling Ann Arbor, there's another
Okay.
way to do this.
What's the other option?
GFL.
They would come here?
They can set up a drop-off station. They do it elsewhere. So I don't know that that's what we would want to do. I think in some ways it's preferable to work with Recycling Ann Arbor Station on Jackson, but we're getting into the
Okay.
details of it probably more than we want to.
No, I'm satisfied. There seems to be enough energy around it.
Yeah, it's coming, the impetus is really coming from that subcommittee.
I'll support
Charlie
that.
Nielsen is on it. So. All right, so moved by Hathaway, support by Flintoff. Please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Okay. Moving on, Watershed Council, any comment on that?
it's just the membership for Huron Watershed Council.
And that brings us to planning. Activity 701, and the part-time salaries, presumably that will be adjusted automatically.
That was 10,000, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to make a comment about code enforcement. It does not appear explicitly in 701 or 702. John, I share your concern. I want to, yep, and I want to build it out. I think it's too ambitious to do during this budget process, but what I'd suggest, John, is we get through the chart of accounts and then we pull out an area for code enforcement, but we'll define it around how the program looks as it emerges. So what I'm saying is, we're not gonna see it explicitly in this budget. Those costs are buried somewhere
Oh, yeah, okay.
between planning and zoning right now. Quite honestly, I've looked at the
Okay, yeah,
bills.
They're in the planning.
Yeah. Some of it's in planning, some of it's in legal. So we need a program to be designed and then we'll build a budget unit.
So we
around
need
it.
like an actual number,
We need an actual
activity number kind of thing?
Separate.
Yeah.
Develop
A new number.
Yeah, and I'll do that once we have a program that's defined. So
We can break the law.
we're not breaking, we're not,
No,
I'm
no,
just saying,
what I wanted was there to be like a separate, like how much does it cost
me
us
too, me too.
to enforce the code? How much does it generate? And also.
Right, right now, we're losing money
Yeah.
with a loose program, so.
So the other bundle of items that came from planning for the environmental sustainability task force totaled $50,000. And I am trying to find a place to put that in the planning budget. A place that sort of suggests itself as miscellaneous, but I don't know if that's the best place.
50,000 for what?
So
The
it'd be
Scio?
attached so that you got some materials.
One of the handouts.
Yeah, so let's see if I can find what page it's on here.
The HVAC?
No, the HVAC is not included. It's, that would be
$10,000.
although actually part of that is for engineering, preliminary engineering that might help us to understand that the HVAC project. Pardon?
That preliminary engineering was identified as 40. I think I do that.
And that should be in 101-265, I would imagine, buildings and
Yeah, that
grounds.
wouldn't be in planning.
I don't know what handout.
Where did they go?
I had three things, well, I don't know, distracted.
Oh, here we go. 98 is where it is. She had engineering, but I don't think all of that is for the HVAC. I think some of it is for other purposes.
And I think Rod wanted to say something.
Yeah, what I had was, if I had this correct, was Jackson Road corridor study. That was $10,000, and these are all from the task force. You had the recycling for 40, which you've already taken care of. And then you had engineering standards for 10,000. And then you had, I think I missed this, planning sustainability for 10,000. So those three additional ones would be 30,000 in total.
That's correct. We got something from Carlisle work today on that.
Well, if you look at,
Confirming those numbers.
you look at 90, page 98.
So we're talking about 30,000 for consultant fees.
Well, no, because the engineering figure got bumped up from 10,000 to 40,000. So what I had was maybe I
Will,
miscalculated.
I think I understand. It's 10,000 to update our engineering standards. So that's a contract fee, that's part of the 30,000 contract. And then I think that there's the additional 40,000 for the actual engineering of HVAC, which would come from 265.
Well, then it's a higher figure than I had.
Why would, this HVAC, is it for this building?
Yes,
Well, why would that be under zoning?
it wouldn't be, it would be
Well,
under
it's
265.
just a bundle of things that came from, as a request from planning, sustainability task force. And I was trying to find a place to put them. If this is not the place to put them, then.
Will, I think $30,000, this would be the place to put in 823 contracted services. So 101-701-823, $30,000. If I heard you right, Rod, Jackson Road Corridor Study Engineering Standards and the planning and sustainability, those three.
I think she had a higher number, but you know what? Let's go with 30,000 and.
10, 10, and 10.
10, 10, and 10? Okay, still 30.
And then HVAC was separate.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think if this isn't the right number, then we can work it out with Jan and we can amend it later. But why don't we put in the 30,000? Where did you say?
Yeah, to
Which-
101-701-823.
701,
823?
823.
Yeah. Thank you. So
So
is
we
that
have
a,
6 now, so we're gonna bump to 36, correct?
That is the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
and I support that motion.
Oh, okay. I thought you made them. All right. I I will make the motion. So it's Hathaway's makes the motion, Flintoff support, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Is there anything for zoning?
Did you want to add the HVAC engineering in?
Well, is that where it goes? Where do you want to put
I
that?
put that in general government.
Yeah.
Yeah. General
Where did you do
government,
that?
or would it go into capital, 101, 990?
Well, or you do buildings and grounds.
Defer to you, maybe buildings and
That
grounds.
probably makes more sense. So
Okay.
we haven't got that one yet, so when we had that one, we
Well, I would move that then, 30,000 for.
We have
papers.
already gotten to that one. Yeah, it's a 101, 265.
So we're on zoning right now?
Yeah, we're jumping back to buildings.
Or are we moving?
We're jumping back to 101, 265. Just this one thing, John. We're almost done, John. Hang in
No,
there.
no, no, I know, yeah, I just want to be on the right page, folks.
So do you want to make the motion?
Yes, yeah, I was just making the motion to add $30,000 to which item, line item in buildings and grounds.
Because it's engineering. Contracted services,
Um,
then you go from 10 to 40.
where'd it go?
That's what we just did, the other one was 8.3.
Well-
Sounds right to me.
Yeah, though, and Rod, this isn't but it's the engineering for part of our facility. That's okay, okay.
And again, you can always, the way you pass your budget, you can move money with inside of these funds too later on. So I think just getting the number right. So I'm gonna change that from 10 to 50,000.
Great, for contracted services, got it. So I'll support,
Okay, moved by Hathaway, support by Flintoff, please call the roll.
okay. Riser?
Yes.
Hathaway?
Yes.
Palmer?
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie?
Yes.
Noel?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to zoning, which is activity 702.
The only question I'll ask is consultant fees, is consultant fees zoning Carlisle Wortman?
Yes.
Yes,
And is planning, consultant fees under planning, is that Carlisle Wortman and OHM and others, or
No.
what is that?
it's just Carlisle Wortman.
Where does OHM appear on the planning?
So, hey, can you two be quiet for a second? Sorry. Or actually for a while.
It's 11:05.
Yeah, all right. The consultant review fees, it's, our line items are not clear, but consultant review fees, and then do you see down under expenditures, consultant fees dash plan, and consultant fees dash fee schedule?
I do.
So that dash fee schedule is a combination of OHM and Carlisle Wortman. The other consultant fees is just Carlisle Wortman. So again, our planning and zoning program needs a little refresh.
Some of our OHM cost would be utilities as well. So
A large amount of OHM is from utilities. John, the part that OHM does for planning should be self-supporting.
Ready to move on?
Yeah, we're in zoning right now. I don't have anything to add. I just had questions. Thank you.
Okay. Historic district, this is activity 803.
This was just the remainder of her contract.
Yeah, it should be sort of wrapped up in kind of a few months. We're actually meeting with our consultant on this
So
Thursday, I guess.
question, Donna, should we have a tax bill or we're done? Because I think that's what that 5,000,
Which way, what?
excuse me, I'm sorry, historic district activity 803. It's 7970 West Liberty.
Yeah. Hey, that.
So Rod, I just want to note, we paid it for this year, and so that may be a budget amendment we need to flag for the 28th.
This is for upcoming years, so we could do it.
an estimate.
So help me out.
I'm sorry, John, I just want to resolve this because we may need to do a budget amendment. Donna, I don't see any taxes paid on the actual. I see $34. And I'm just saying, I don't think.
$8,000 for 7970 West Liberty.
Yeah, and then I believe the taxes that we pay typically comes in and the account 956 miscellaneous. Rod, I think that's typically where we've had our taxes
Yeah, I
booked.
couldn't tell you which one that paid your taxes. It looked like in 22, that's probably what you paid out of.
Yeah.
We just want to double
79
check and make sure that we pay the taxes and that if,
They are paid.
well, okay, so make sure that we reflect that in our budget amendments
So-
if necessary.
I think they are paid, they just haven't been properly journalized
You're
to
probably okay,
this.
because our amended budget is 21,000, our projected is 9,000, so as long as they're less than $11,000.
We're good, okay.
I think they're like 6,000, 5 or 6.
So
Yeah.
where is good old fashioned historic Scio Township? Help me out.
It's the old farm on Liberty.
Way out on Liberty Road.
So it's sort of has wrapped around it a nature preserve, but there's no
So we
old
have, is it
farm.
a district or just a farm we think is cool that we designated?
It's a historic farm that we are in the process of having designated as a historic district. And then the intent is to put out basically an RFP for people to offer to buy it from the township and fix it up as a historic site.
Okay. So there's no district per se, like with delineation, okay, from this road to this road here, that's the historic
It'll
district.
be the site that the
property.
farm is on will be
Okay.
the historic district.
Okay,
About 3 acres, maybe.
About 5
Is
acres.
it 5?
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, that's it. I'll drive by fast.
So the one parcel,
It'll be one parcel historic district.
okay,
For the barn that's fallen down and the house will soon if we don't do something with it.
okay.
So Donna and I wanted to tear it down, but it's a historic
Well, tear
district.
the barn down and I would like to just sell the house.
You'll love it. You'll come to love it.
Yeah,
All right, so moving on, we have capital outlay. I don't know what that is really, but
well, last year that was purchasing the land for the future fire station and
Oh.
utility
okay.
infrastructure.
And what page is that?
So it's when we buy something. It's not in a fund like the fire department or
Yeah.
utilities or something like that, because you're.
There's
I
a,
saw it.
that's a accounting question for Rod about capitalizing and building assets and things, so.
Yeah, question, but the 20,000 we have in there, I'll come back to that one, is related to the lock project.
The what?
Lots, change.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's what, correct. So you spent some money last year, some of that money is gonna be spent next year.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question, so if you repeat the question.
We'll ask what capital outlay is.
So capital outlay would be anything that meets your capital assets threshold, which is normally, I think it's probably over $15,000, has a useful life of X years. It's basically just a way to record that within the budget. So a lot of times what you'll see is each of the departments would have in a capital outlay. So the fire department, for example, all the fire trucks, all the big expenditures come out of capital outlay. So, and the reason you separate it is because, again, from an audit perspective, you have to depreciate those assets. So it just allows you to quickly ascertain which items are potentially capital items so that you can depreciate those.
So when, for example, the land has a fire station on it, does it move to the fire?
Yeah, it would still be purchased out, in that case, out of the fire fund, not out of the general fund. But you have an associated capital item, most likely in that fund.
But that's a part of the fixed asset, like we're gonna have a capital asset policy and an inventory of our assets and all that stuff, so.
All right. Well, I think that brings us to the end.
So just so you know, so I've not calculated in the parks manager. And this is just general fund, and I have not done any of the changes to the other funds.
Of course.
But again, this is tentative, so do not hold me to it at 10:53. on a Tuesday night, but we are at net revenues minus expenditures of $74,000. So we were, I don't remember what we were at originally, but with all the additions, yeah, about 200,000. So now we're down to about $75,000. Again, you take the parks out, which is gonna be about another 40,000. So you're pretty much break even.
Your number was, you don't have general fund.
Yeah, the parks manager, the 50%. I haven't added that in. So that number is gonna be $35,000 in the black.
But we also used some road set for the gravel on Park Road, so you have that to revenue.
So is cost allocation, which is why we're in the black. Last year, we had $1.1 million in the red. So can we just give Rod a round of applause? Seriously.
The caveat that I would say is that as you continue your year, you know, the last 3 years, you have had deficit spending, right? Last year, obviously, was an exception because of the fire fund transfer and some, the OPEB closure, but even with that, you still had deficit spending. And this year's budget is a break-even budget. And as we illustrated in the graph that I showed with your long-term revenues and expenditures, your revenues have been growing slower than your expenditures. And so in this budget, you've added a lot of, most of your expenses are in salaries and wages. And so you've added a lot of additional positions. And again, those salaries and those wages are going to go up by faster than what your expenditures are, which means that I would still be having some critical conversations as you fill some of those positions. You know, again, just because you put them in the budget doesn't mean that you have to do them. So some of those positions that I would look at and think about, and you asked one tonight, would be, you know, the HR position, the technology position, you know, some of these positions where you can contract out potentially for less than you can hire. As soon as you bring somebody on board, it's difficult to fire people, right? And if our economy tightens up, if some other things happen, now you've got some cost and it's more difficult to make adjustments as a board. So, you know, again, you have a black budget, but it's a very, 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 very tight budget. It doesn't provide you much flexibility for unexpected events. That's my.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of that agenda item. Then we move on to H3, which is possible action on the budget resolution. And I'll turn again to our township manager to introduce the budget resolution. This is the one that you handed out.
Yes, and now on the call your attention to the bottom of the second page here. You got one of these before. What's different about what you got before and what I handed out is that under item 5, millage levy, those numbers were the updated numbers that we received today. And there are people in this room who can describe better than I what occurred, but we went through the board of review, that's the right term, and as a result of that process, and Andrea, who was here and left, and her calculations were reviewed this today, these numbers changed based on that process. So that's.
They could potentially, just to clarify, it could potentially change again, because these change because of Headley. And Headley requires you to do a rollback if you meet a certain rise in value. And so that's why the numbers change. You'll have another board review in June. Probably shouldn't change the numbers, but there's a potential that I could change these again. So what is actually assessed in December could be slightly different than even what these are. Unlikely, but it's a possibility.
So I have a suggested motion for moving this forward.
Sure.
I would offer the General Appropriations Act approving FY 23-24 budget with the following amendments to section 4, 6, and 7 to integrate the amendments A through Q, which we've adopted here tonight. And to add under 4, fund number 496, capital projects fund. And under 6, 496, capital projects fund. And I think that covers it.
496 is that fund that,
Yes, and
Yeah,
the reason
different.
why I want to add that fund is it's a fund that we created and just got the grant revenue into like this week. So I understand, Rod, that we need to have the fund listed in this
What's the grant for? How are you using the money?
It's a potential Park Road project.
Oh, the MEDC.
And it's for, we've authorized money for engineering for road improvement.
Because I would have to think about it, by the top of my head, you don't necessarily have to set up a separate fund to account for that. So for example, the ARPA is an example, you set it up separately. In the end, you're gonna move that money to where the expenditures are anyway.
Yeah, I talked to our auditor and they were suggesting either capital projects fund or put it in 101.
I would put it in 101 if it was me. And one of the things that you guys, you have a certain level of complexity in your budget with 22 funds.
Oh, I agree.
And I think it's more, my personal opinion is it's less is more unless there's a really good reason. to
Even
do
for a
it.
capital project though. Because it's all capital. That was,
And you account for capital in 101 too, 101 as well. So, yeah, I can, let me talk to some of my colleagues and let me know the first thing tomorrow morning. I don't think you need to make it here.
I don't, okay, so we
Yeah.
can bring it on the 28th, however we need to. Okay, so I would take back adding any funds and would just offer this resolution with the changes made to number 4, 6, and 7
reflect
to reflect
all
all of the
amendments.
amendments A through Q that we've made tonight.
I would support that.
So moved by Flintoff, support by Riser. Unless there's further discussion, please call the roll.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
resolution adopted. We have a budget.
And just good so I understand. So then I will update these numbers. We'll update this resolution and then the certified version that you'll do will have all the updated numbers. Is that the process? Okay.
So we
Yes.
have a budget before March 31st.
Yeah, so you need to stay
This
alive.
was a miracle. We got it done. Thanks for your help, everyone. Rod, everybody. And let the record reflect there were motions in which Flintoff and Hathaway were either the sponsor or the supporting. So that was a nice to see.
Well, I'd also, as long as we're recognizing people, I think, this process started last year. And, we've had a turnover, so we had a different interim township administrator at the start of this process, and Sandy played a big role in pulling this all together. So I think there's lots of other people to be thanked and recognized for this accomplishment.
Thank you, everyone, for working on this. I have a question. Our budget year is coming to an end. We got an audit coming up. What are we doing?
Yeah.
To turn it around and get our auditors and stuff so that they're not hunting that down.
We just got the list from the auditors. And Manor Casteras and his colleagues are planning to be here the first week of May and the third week of May. We've got our auditors tentatively scheduled to be on site the first and second week of June. I just got the PVC list from the auditors yesterday, so I suppose Rebecca, Mark, and I will sit down and start.
So we're months ahead.
No.
Compared to last year.
Well, yes, I mean,
Not that
I
that was
can't speak to that.
Not that that was the year to model.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't, what I'm saying is, we need a finance director. We will continue to work with our wonderful consultant. As long as they will continue working with us, but we need a finance director. And I also know that the March 31st fiscal year end, John, is tough because Donna and Sandy are also busy doing tax reconciliation and everything comes. So it's gonna be a very, very busy time the next few months here.
Speaking of the
We need
March
a
31st
finance director.
year end, we have one more meeting before then. What's the plan to make sure that we are tying up any loose ends at our next regular meeting?
So the budget adjustments you passed tonight, hopefully tomorrow,
I'll enter
you'll
them.
be able to enter those in to the system. And then, because you do your packet on Thursday you want to run a expenditure report and just do another fly spec evaluation to see if there's anything that appears that is getting close. If you're getting close, which I would call within 5 to 10% of the projected from what you've budgeted, then I would do another budget adjustment associated with that. So
But Rod, we also, I think typically Rebecca and Sandy, also look, because there's some bills that we can get in April and May.
correct, because so that's why you want to have that buffer, because you accrue stuff back into April. And so you want to have a little bit of buffer in there. And their experience will help too. Well, they'll know, for example, how much of payroll is going to have to be accrued back. They'll know some of these other bills. And so having both of them look at that last time, their expertise and their knowledge will be critical to make sure that those are in those adjustments.
Are there any things that we dealt with tonight that we sort of, flagged for attention, like that question about the drain?
Yes,
Yeah, I think we're okay with that one though. but,
Okay, so you got them, all right.
yeah.
Okay,
Public comment?
yeah, I think we can move to public comment, but I don't want to cut you
Staff
off.
on our manor team that's coming in to assist on the fiscal year end. We have brought a new person in, her name's Angie. She's been a finance director on multiple occasions as well. So I think you've got a really strong team to assist with your audit prep work to ensure that that is not as challenging. as
Yeah,
previous years.
and John, I did have an extra conversation with them to let them know that we need them to lead on the PVC and not just, so really take a heavier load that I think they sometimes do. Yeah, like on the budget.
All right, let's move to public comment. I think we have a member of the public here with us.
You want to say that? Ryan.
I was in that, right, I was just, I'm Ryan April, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for your hard work. This
Thank you.
is a much
Appreciate it.
better improved process over that. I think everybody that was here last year would agree that this is much better than last year, and hopefully we can keep improving that. The two biggest things I was gonna tell you is what somebody already hinted at, which is we have to now get ready for the audit, because that's the next thing to do. Yay, no, it never stops. But yeah, I guess if you guys can get ready for the audit, that would be my next biggest thing. Overall, this budget was much, much better. In the future though, if we can at least try to keep it somewhere other than just the slideshow of the website where it just popped up there one day and I just went through it. It didn't actually appear anywhere else on the website until later on, but no big deal. Thanks, guys. I'll let you go home. I don't know if there's anybody else on Zoom or not. Or somebody is.
We'll find out if you're finished.
Thanks, Ryan.
Who else is there?
We have Rob Pattinson followed by David Reed. Rob, you can go ahead. Rob, are you still? I'm gonna go ahead to David. Rob, we'll come back to you, David.
Yes, David Reed.
Well,
I find it interesting that a cost allocation of $31,284 for Fund 242, Land Preservation, created such a firestorm and so much angst from a number of concerned citizens. Yet the cost allocation of $208,610 for Fund 206, the Fire Department, caused not a peep. I think that amount of money could fund maybe 2 full-time firefighters. Seems like some of us are more concerned about preserving land than saving lives. I ask again, what is the specific formula that was used to determine the cost allocation? During the discussion of the allocation for 242, I heard some reference to a percentage of 3%, which I think I heard was reduced to 2% or so to arrive at the 31,000 number. Is it 3%? 3% of what? How was the 3% arrived at? Is it 3% for every fund? To tell the truth, the entire cost allocation discussion was so muddled that it was really hard to follow. Please include the cost allocation formula in the next board packet with specific examples. That is, please show the calculation for funds 206, which was 208,000, 242 for 31,000, 590, which was 201,000, and 591, which is 195,000. Thank you.
I'll do that, David.
Thank you.
We got Rob.
Rob, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Rob Pattinson, Scio Township. I have three things to follow up on what David was just talking about. I have a question first is a question for Rod. And that is, my greatest concern and my greatest disappointment was the enormous amount of work the Fire Services Guidance Committee went through for about 4 to 6 months to help resolve issues around the fire department. And one of the massive issues identified by that committee was this $1.5 million debt. The entire idea of removing that debt was to allow the fire chief to do his job and be able to hire the 3 very needed firefighters. So my question for Rod is, what can we do? What can the accounting system do to facilitate the fire chief being able to hire 3 firefighters in the next 6 months to a year?
Well, we don't generally engage in back and forth with people during public comments.
Would you be willing to work on that, Rod?
Directed by the board.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
and I'll just say one thing is that, still the fire fund is at something like what, 60% of fund balance? So we were at negative 500,000. So that helped, but that it helped, Rob, but they're still not even at 100% of its minimum fund balance.
Fund balance should be $1.6 million. And at the end of this next fiscal year, it'd be at 500, it'd be at 600,000. So $1 million less than what your policy says.
Right. I mean, we're still climbing out of the hole we put ourselves in, Rob.
Right. And that's my next thing of 3. And that is, what is the board willing and able to do to help the fire chief get these 3 firefighters? I hope you will be working on that.
Mm-hmm.
Last thing is, John Reiser, it was a pleasure to meet you at the Debbie Dinkle Town Hall. Part of that meeting was the dioxane plume, and Debbie Dinkle was there, a couple of senators, a couple of county commissioners. And my question for the board, my information for the board is, I'm not sure that they know about the Scio Township study for the dioxane plume, and that it is spread north of N14, that we've got, 24 or more wells now that are newly found to have dioxane, that it's moving towards the river. So I would recommend that the township get in contact with Debbie Dingle and that group so that they know that the plume is larger than it is mapped to be.
So
Thank
Rob,
you. Well done tonight, Dan.
So Rob, Trustee Noel would like to respond to the.
Please do.
Okay, Rob, they're well aware of all of the results from the Scio well testing.
You go to card, Debbie's staff.
Debbie has a staffer that attends the card meetings regularly. And we shared the data with someone from her staff. So, I mean, they know.
And so do the other panelists, Rob, just so you know, the other panelists are also aware. The ones who represent Scio Township, that is.
Good to know. the reason I said that was because I would have liked to have been able to ask that question of them, but the questions were very limited and they had a very short time. And so it didn't amount to a very useful meeting, but I was glad to see them there and listening. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Riser, support by Carrie. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, we are adjourned.
Right.